Okay. Be interesting to see where we open today. Mainly Persevine. I don't care about the stock RSI, though I do find it interesting. I do like the fact I can just get rid of it. Whatchamacallit, I do find it interesting from, we'll just see what happens from Persevine's NASDAQ on skilling. The one that's open like 23.5 or 22 hours, 59 minutes, in 5 days. 5 days a week. But it looks pretty bearish from that perspective, so it'll be pretty interesting to see. Not bearish, like it's a bullish uptrend, but it's just resistance above where it is right now. I don't know what really matters with where the price currently is. If you saw the video I put out yesterday, then there's not, arguably, there's no reason for me to say anything. Nothing's really changed besides the NASDAQ's continuing to fumble. I guess this is one thing that's a little bit different. So this looks sketchy. Using his NASDAQ, which I honestly, I kind of like a bit more, but I'm going to use both anyway. But this looks sketchy. This looks sketchy, right? And there's nothing up here. So it's just a lot of sketchiness, a lot of weakness on the NASDAQ on this from this exchange anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Of course, we're gonna. I don't know where we're gonna start. I mean, with everything here, it's not that far away. Like, I mean, currently we're what, 50 cents, 23%. On Apple for starting somewhere decent. So let's go extended hours. Let's see if we can see anything. It's kind of weird, but okay. I don't know what encourages people to just want to buy something like straight up at the end of. It's not really a big deal. I don't think this really had a huge impact on anything though. Just for the sake of it, like I don't get it. You struggle here, here, and then post. What's the point of pushing it up here? I don't understand what the expectation is right here. Anyway, it looks like it's engaged again, so we'll see what happens. The dollar index was weird. Obviously, I mentioned that last night, but the 12-hour was delayed. It's supposed to be 7 o'clock, 7 a.m., p.m., a.m. So we have a pretty strong start here on the 12 o'clock, which is a little bit concerning. I think even from the stock on the 12 and maybe even the day. Yeah, I mean, it's turning upwards, so this will be interesting to see. I'm just throwing the stock out there, I guess. Why not, right? But it's, I mean, this doesn't need to be here. It was supposed to be for here. Where does it start? Does it even matter for anything? No. I mean, it comes down 5 support, but technically this would have been like right there for the next day, so. But it's just weird. Yeah, it's like we saw last night, just weirdness. Like, closed for an hour and 45 minutes, almost 2 hours, and then it spikes up, which is. Honestly, it's not as weird as the fact that unless this is normal. Oh, no, that's normal. Okay, that's normal for the DXY. I'm just wrong. I'm just wrong, I guess. Okay, that's fine. It just never looked like that here. So the DXY is just. It was up first fine, my bad. You get the alert. I mean, like I said, you know the drill. But I guess the DXY is just closed for. What the hell? So 4:45, 5 o'clock, 5:15. We just skipped 45 minutes. Huh? No, I didn't see Tori in the Discord. Why? I haven't checked Discord. Oh, true. Frog were my two this week. Hope all has been well. So what is he just doing his own thing or something? I guess I think he is just doing his own thing or whatever. He just hops into, I don't know. It's kind of weird, but it's nice that he's not like dead or something. I think he's just doing his own thing, which is perfectly fine. So as long as he's doing well, that's what's important. This is just so weird though. Like 5:15 and it skips 45 minutes. Is this what it normally does? That's weird. So it doesn't normally do that. DXY has some weird ass stuff going on. The same thing. Like, what's with the DXY? $4:55 skips 5 minutes. So like 5 minutes is skipped here. Then it skips 45 minutes. 5, 5. Huh? So maybe it opens for 5 and then maybe this is like the Hang Seng, where it opens for 5 for 1 tick and then it goes. Maybe that's what the DXY is. Is that what the DXY is? Let's see. Does it open for 5 for 1 tick and then continue? So 6. No, I don't know what's with the DXY, so. Anyway, I don't know what's up with the DXY. It's some weird stuff. I don't really get why there's like, I don't understand why inconsistencies or why it's something on TradingView side maybe. I don't understand when this market opens and closes. I thought it was 23.5, but this thing is definitely closed for more than an hour every day. So, oh well. I'm bored. Are we going to start the day? Start the day. Start the day. I mean, it looks like it. It looks like there's no way around it. We'll see. I mean, it looks like there's no way around it. Anything could happen. The dollar's strong as crap. So, I mean, it had some weird stuff. I actually didn't think we were gonna, I was uncertain when I saw this last night. Maybe I was making the video. I was uncertain what this was gonna do. From 7, it looks pretty strong, though. I mean, you can't really ignore this. That's the thing about it. Like, regardless of what the DXY does, you can't really ignore this. So, we'll see what happens. Like I said before, my biggest issue is going off like the one Persifying uses this NASDAQ on scaling. This looks sketchy. Not like sketchy. Like, I like what it's doing to get up into here. I like this candle. Where we are is okay, but this is never a place I would want to fight at. I'd always want to wait for it to push up through. And then the 12, the 4 is sketchy also. Automated trading, like bots? Of course, if that's what you mean. I don't know what automated trading means specifically though, but if you mean bots, then yeah, for sure. I definitely think bots work. Ooh. I mean, if anything, you just look for certain situations and you have several like different scenarios or settings for a bot to run under. right? Doesn't that to me that always made the most sense. Instead of having like one specific setup for a bot to trade, you have, I guess you could call it several different bots or several different setups, right? Like I wouldn't want, if I thought something was in a bull market, like I wouldn't want my bot to try to detect what's going on. I would like to try to detect what's going on, what kind of cycle we're in, or blah 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 X Y Z, and then I would employ a certain type of bot to trade that, depending on the scenario. Like I wouldn't want something trading in a bearish market that if we're in a bullish market. So, I mean, I don't see why not, as long as you're willing to, lose whatever you put into it. I think that's fine. I don't know. I've never really. The only time I've ever had or like talked to people about bots, they were bots that they set up on their own. I have no idea when it comes to the bots that you buy. I've never had a conversation with anybody that's like bought a bot. Only people that have made their own. So, but even then, like I said, is my big thing would be customization. Right? I would like a bot that could trade different ways depending on what type of market it seemed like we were in, or what type of cycle, or what part of the cycle. So, seems like they're pushing it down quite a bit now. Yeah. I mean, it's just anything automated. So any automated software that can interface with I mean, in this case, that interfaces with the brokerage for you and can, pull data from it and then make trades based off of whatever data it pulls based on, whatever variables and whatnot that you set for it. So it's still important, like what it's looking for, and I think like just the idea of a trading bot doing whatever, whenever, I don't like that. But the idea of having some control, like, right? You always want some control over a bot, over anything really that exists. You want some type of control over it. uh, you'll code it for him. Somehow I feel like V-Slip's joking, but had like half not joking, and has actually been looking into it for a while. Okay, so we got our start down here. I'm not messing with any of this stuff right now. Let's see what happens. What they do it's not sufficient enough in my opinion. I'm not sure whether we can actually push through this or not. I don't necessarily feel the same as yesterday. I don't like where this is, but I'd like to see how we interact with this down here first. So let's see what happens. So I don't think this is going to look amazing for NASDAQ, but we will see. It's already pushed down quite a bit. Just because this is finding resistance here, I don't think that this has to like fall through whatsoever at all. So even though it looks bad on a lot of them, or sketchy on a lot of these time frames. So we got for NASDAQ over here. I think we started back under the 4. So this will be interesting to see what happens for here. So I don't think it's like a hard short. I just don't know if I don't think it's a hard short. I don't think it's a hard long. I don't feel that bad about this. I don't feel good about it though, but I don't feel bad about it at all. So maybe ball's still in the bull's court for something like this, There's so much more room. I still wish we started somewhere down here. Like imagine if we started down here, imagine the buying that we would have. It'd be so nice. We could have like this whole same thing. Oops. Maybe we could have like this all over again. God damn, dude. I can't draw straight lines. So frustrating. Actually pissing me off. Here we go. Be nice if we could. Be nice if we could just have this over here again. Right? Just like start down here and have this here. That'd be pretty cool. Except for ignore this and then we could strike down there and then push up. I remember back in the day, what I can show about bots real quick. I remember back in the day, a whole bunch of, I think bots got hijacked, I believe. Or was it accounts? No, I think accounts got hacked. I don't think it was bots that got hijacked. But back in the day with Mana, you'd never know it if you just looked at it. Well, maybe, but like the exchange got hacked. I think it was in 2021. Or was it? I don't remember. Let's see. Should be able to see it. Was it 18 or 19 maybe? Yeah, here, was it? Wow, it was all the way in 18. I might think it was. But the exchange got hacked, if I remember correct. I know the exchange got hacked. But, let's see. That was Mar above the week. I can't remember where it was specifically. I think it was like here. It was like wild, though. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. Oh wow, push through the week. It's fairly impressive. Now we have what, 2 days? So hopefully it can sit around here for 2 days and not push back down. What do we do with the rest of the market? Just pushing back through. Interesting. Very interesting. Seven. So when do we switch this? 6 p.m. This switches at what, 10? We'll get this at 10:01. So 106.06 possibly. 106.06, and then we just need 35 for what's that? Oh, so this switches at 10 also as well. Okay, I'm only doing this in my head because I got my webcam's like on a tripod right in front of me. So I gotta like move my head to see some of this stuff. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. So, personally, I don't know. I don't know what they have this starting in such a ubiquitous spot. I mean, it is what it is. Let me check news real quick because there's nothing really going on. I'm just gonna wait for this to choose a direction. Like I 0. Like if we want to add some sort of time frame above here, then like sure. But there you go. Welcome to my world, Persifying. Welcome to my world. That's what it's like being a streamer on here. Pro Trader 123. I don't know if that's actually a joke or not, though. Pro Trader 123 sounds like. Is that a real person's name? I feel like it almost seems like a joke. How do you publish what? Initial jobless claims suddenly jumped last week. Bro, these initial jobless claims, oh my god, they barely gone up. Like, what the F? Oh my god, what article is this? Future slide. Oh, you coded a strategy for real, not a joke? That's really cool, man. That's actually pretty cool. I have no idea. What I would say is go to help here and look. I hate to say it. I'm looking at something else and I have zero idea. Go into help and help. Um, let's see. Maybe there's something that says it. Honestly, this is what I'd literally publish. Maybe it'll say it. Publish idea slash. Yeah, how can I publish an idea slash script? Well, this says idea. Why does it say idea slash script? And does this actually talk about an idea? The heck? Did this thing just jump? Did we just switch to 5-minute? I must just not be paying attention, I guess. Okay. This just talks about an idea. I don't know why this says. I have no idea, to be honest. Publish idea? It says idea, but why does it say idea slash script when it doesn't talk about a script in here? It's one thing that annoys me about this at times. Okay, let's see. Couldn't find. I don't know. It should be somewhere in here. If not, I'd probably just Google it, to be honest. Right. I mean, any bot is just pulling data and looking for some sort of qualification, right? So, as long as you can link it up and you have it set to look for something and it pulls data at whatever interval and it sees whatever your strategy is, once it detects it, boom, look for X, Y, Z. So, I mean, yeah, theoretically, you just need to have some sort of, qualification. Exactly, that's what I was telling you yesterday. I was telling you, man, you need to wake up, you need to do whatever with that price alert, it'll wake you up. It'll wake you up. For sure, it'll wake you up. So, I'm, one of the biggest things why I feel like one of the worst things still that I feel for bears, or one of the things that if we were going to go up in the future, one of the things that I think gives this structure, even though it's a shit structure, some sort of hope, is this. What the F? We are still up here. Really? This is arguably some of the worst stuff. If anyone wanted this to bounce and push up, this feels like some of the worst stuff. Because even if this doesn't pass through where it's fighting right now and it drops down, it's not really that horrible. And even like with the NASDAQ we're looking at, it just has to really hold. It's doing more than fine right now. And even if it can't beat, like, technically all it has to do is hold here for another 18 minutes, I believe, for the Skilling one to look decent. But like, the chances of this happening with this, and the longer this takes, like, that's kind of wild. I mean, to me, we'll see. It just feels like stuff like this wants to just fall right through. So it's pretty wild. I'm just actually even more surprised today that this is still up here. Like, I don't get why or what it's doing. I'm not really bothered by it, but it's just kind of weird to see. I don't get why it's like, why wouldn't it want to fall down? It's kind of weird. I mean, to me this is the most bullish. This is the most bullish case for, honestly, for the whole market, and not just to go up today, but for like a long-term buy. Now, we haven't actually hit anywhere, so it's all just basically an assumption from where it is. Like for Apple, it still has to pass above 150 or 151 and start next week at like 152 or 152.50. But like, I don't know what the VIX. It's very interesting. I don't know about. Yeah, I don't think it's a fear index, to be honest. So, like, it's possible, but I don't think it's a, like, this thing was way, we've tracked this thing all throughout like August, late August, September, and it was just on point. Like, if people aren't, like, I don't know, maybe it is, but it's just weird to see like this stuff, everything act normally, and now it's just really weird. And it's not like it's a bad thing, like I get what this means most likely, but it's, I don't know. I mean, we might be able to see something on NASDAQ soon, though. That's the thing. So, like, just for NASDAQ itself, the day just needs to switch over here, and this is fine. But also, towards 10 o'clock, we'll see what happens. But towards 10 o'clock also here as well, if it can just retain in this area. And then the 1 hour has something down here at 609. So it definitely, we'll see where it ends. And it could still want to come down on some of these. And I'm not like super happy about a lot of this stuff overall. I don't know why we don't just drop, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. They make this thing really annoying. Yesterday wasn't that bad. I don't know what the kind of goal is today. Like, I get it. I don't know. Maybe like looking at any of this stuff on like a shorter term at this point really doesn't matter, to be honest. Maybe it doesn't. Headed for Apple with what everything feels like. If we do keep going up, it's up here. If we go down, it's ugly as hell. If we can get down here somewhere nice, I definitely think we can just bounce off of here. So until we start under, I'm not really worried about Apple falling under 142, 142.64. Like, if this comes down to here, I'm not worried about it at all falling through, which is why I wish it would come down, because it just looks very bear trap or bull trappy. Like, if we were to just keep pushing up, I mean, 152.50 is where it needs to be next week for that 1 week to start above the week whatever. And if we start right under after pushing all the way up, I mean, we're going to be juiced out. So I think it's pretty straightforward that it kind of just falls back down from there. But to me, the ultimate target here is about 150 to 151. I believe it's still 151. Yeah, about 150 to 151, I think, is fairly safe to say. So, but, you know, it's what it feels like that they're trying to do consistently here. I just think they're trying to create a whatchamacallit, a bull trap. If they push it through, they push it through. I think it was similar stuff, and to an extent, maybe not really. It wasn't really the same thing in 2020, but that's what it feels like they're going for. But I mean, if they can push through, it can push through. But God, it needs to not test. It needs to not like actually like actually turn around. So it's just one of those things. We can just see the amount of shear space in these areas. So see what happens. I don't think I have any averages around here. It's all pretty wonky. We might be able to, like I said, we might be able to see something about. I have a feeling we'll push up. We'll see. The Nasdaq will look decent soon. Well, technically, I guess it's under right now. We're down to 31. Okay, so we're still back under. Where is this next on the next 4 hour? 46. This goes down 11, so 26, I guess. So 26. I think like the worst thing is if we start under 606, and then we also, obviously that puts us under here also as well. So we won't start above here and here. These both switch over, I guess, at 601, which is kind of weird, but that's what it is for it. Let me see, where are we on the SPY and the other ones? Jesus Christ. No way the 30s are still down there. That's so weird. TradingView needs to really fix this. Do we actually even come down on this day? I literally don't know what this means. Unless it's because I have after hours data. Oh. No, it still doesn't. I don't get that at all. That's super weird. I don't get that at all. Maybe we did come down on that day. I don't remember. I don't think we came down. Yeah, that's just really weird. I don't know why it shows that. Why would this show that dropping? Doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, we got what, 12 minutes? So we'll see how this works out. I usually don't look at this, but I like the data. There's no week or month, but there's still day and below. So we hit the day, obviously. We got our 4. If we want to see something in the short term, we got our 1 and our 4. So we're under 06, so it looks sketchy on the 1. I think most likely it seems more we'll see what happens. I feel like it's more likely that we'd start over 106. Gives it a chance to push back up to 636. Starts under the 4, tries to push back up. This gives it the most chance to continue back up. Because this is what, 11 every time? So this is what, 24? I mean, the targets are all super close. It's not even, I don't even know what percentage-wise this is, like nothing. It's like, yeah, 0.1% up, so it's not even a lot. So we'll see what happens with it. The VIX is pushing up. I guess you are right, main source. I guess you are right. It's just a fear index. I mean, that's the only way that this makes sense why it's pushing up. Even though it is really S&P specifically, but it just, man, it's just with this, it just feels like there's no fear. Like that's how I feel when I look at this. Whatever. Maybe I shouldn't look at this as like a normal chart. Maybe I was wrong to do it here. I don't know. We'll see. It's just, gosh, like if this does move normally, to me this is like almost like there's no fear. Like there is, but like there isn't. I don't know how to explain it. So Oh, I gotta look at news or something. I'm bored. I literally don't give a crap about anything until 9 minutes from now. Arguably 8, but then 9. So we'll have the NASDAQ switch, and then we'll have the market switch at 30. What kind of article name is this? Thrust signal triggered. Powerful move off low says bear market has legs. What does that even mean? Jesus Christ, dude. My friend said he's probably getting back on whatchamacallit. World of Warcraft. Classic. I can't play that anymore. Yeah, it's pretty, yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild. It's actually a pretty decent article. Yeah, I mean, I think Bitcoin's been doing pretty well. The same as always. I don't know what it's going to do now, but the nice places for Bitcoin are mid-October if it can get up to 23K, and then over here, late October to November up at 30, 31K. So that's what I think it's best at personally. Otherwise, the entry point was over here. I don't know what the heck it's going to do around here. Going to be straight up. I don't know. I'm not going to try to guess. It's not my thing. And these people are going buck wild. Well, looks like we will see what happens. But it's interesting that it's up here because, whatchamacallit, if we can maintain, I do believe we'll get another pump here. Hey, what's up, Amber? It's good to see you back. Do you think it go to 3 digits? You mean 6? Or not 6, what? We're talking about 7, 6, right? 100,000? What do we call it? I think it go to 100,000. If it gets to, whatchamacallit, if it can get to like late October, November, which I think is possible, if it can get to like 33K, I think personally it looks really, really likely to be able to get up there. I think it looks really, really likely to be able to get to 100K. But I, as of now, that's what I need to see. And for me, the most determining factor is still, I mean, I still just go off the shift pitchfork, right? So it's still, like this is dependent on what the day 200 right here. But also at the same time, it's just being back in the shift pitchfork, and it's just the idea that this is our range. And then we're pushing back up into a decent amount of this stuff. We have a decent amount of support. Like if we just focus on the trend lines, it's like a decent amount of support. Right, so a decent amount of support that we've had here, and then also right here with a whole bunch of selling. So it just kind of depends how we look at it in a sense. If we look at it as a shift pitchfork sense, there's not a lot of resistance here. Now, if we look at it in a just purely horizontal sense, and not like as these being individual channels, then yeah, I mean, there does become some resistance up in here, but I just think it depends how you look at it, really. So that's how I've been looking at a lot of it. I think this gives it a really decent chance, because if we can then break here, if we can push up from here and break into these areas, breaking through these two areas up here pretty much puts us right up in this area when we break through, which is past most things. So we'll see what happens though. I still feel like it's a long way from it, and the entry point was down looks like they're trying to push it down pretty aggressively before this 1 to 30 minute change. If we value the NASDAQ on skilling, then the still the change, but the change at 4 minutes from now. So I still think they can try to push it up to reach it. There's a couple things they could do. It's going to look sketchy already from the 4-hour perspective, but it's not completely like out of it, because if it ends here, we have a 4-hour change. The best thing for it at least end at 608. This will be at 26. Still kind of hard for it to do stuff, to be honest, but so we'll see. Like, I don't usually look at this, but I really liked it, and it lines up with a decent amount of stuff. So I'm looking at this one a little bit more and more. Yeah, I see that. That's what I said before. Like, I literally don't, like, most of these things, I literally don't care at all until, like, pretty much most of the stuff I don't give a crap about until whatever time frame. You know, so like because anything can happen. Like if we want to try to change the direction of something, right? We're gonna want to manipulate the candle, or we want to control it as much as possible. If we're big money, we're gonna wait till the last second to do it. So that's why I don't really care. I just want to see where stuff starts. I don't really care about anything in between. Nothing else really means anything to me anyway. That's how I look at a lot of it. So everything else is just noise. So, I mean, honestly, we have another 1 minute and we have another 2 minutes for NASDAQ. We could still push back up. It looks unlikely here, but we could still push back up. I think it can work both ways, you know? I mean, personally, I think people are just trying to manipulate candles, but it could be someone just wanted to sell it up there also as well. So, the only thing it makes sense to me is when I look at it here, because the NASDAQ itself, when I look at like NDQ, we did start under, which is like, you know, it's an inherent thing we got to be careful about for weakness, because we didn't start above, and we almost started above, but it's the same thing for Apple. We started right under things. We didn't start right above, so we're not like locked into any area per se. But for this one, we're not going to see like a 4-hour or even like a 1 hour. 1 hour is all the way down here anyway, but like we're not going to see any of these changes, like the 1 to 2. Even if it was going to be one of these, we were not going to see it until like 1 hour in, right? So there's a big gap in 1 minute. What do you mean? For what? For what? Which ticker are we talking about? That we have a gap. Inspector Clouseau. Yo, what's up, Inspector? It's good to see you back, man. And back down we go. We still have another 1 minute. Apple, I don't see a gap, but I mean, they try to sell down near the end. This is why I said like 12 minutes ago, like I'm going to look at news or something, so I don't care about what happens until we get near here. I wouldn't have shorted this though. This is like, to me, this isn't something that you like short. I mean, it's copium to expect that people are going to come in and try to sell this stuff down, in my opinion. Not much, man. It's a day where we started again where I didn't want to see it start, so yeah, my chart's filled. I pay for data, so maybe it's a little bit different. Maybe I get more data or something than you do. It's possible. I'm a premium user. I pay $2 extra every month. I think that's for NYSE data though. Let me see. I don't even remember what I'm paying for. Here, let me do this real quick. Let me hide this real quick. Let me see what I pay for. I don't remember. Where's my subscription? Oh, that's online. see. I don't know how to check what I actually am paying for, to be honest. I don't. Account billing, here we go. Yeah, I pay for NASDAQ data. So I don't know, NASDAQ, I don't know. I pay for NASDAQ data, so maybe that's part of it also. It's like $2 a month or something like that, I believe. Bro, let me cancel this auto renewal real quick on my premium. Yeah, I want to keep those. Let me see. Cancel auto renewal. Yeah. Once, dude, they so want me to keep that. They so want me to keep this stuff. I hate when every place does this. So check this out. You'll lose access to extra data. Oh, whoops. Is my information still seen on the bottom right? That's going to be really saddening. Let me see. Can you guys actually see my data on the bottom? Okay, no, you guys couldn't. That's great. Okay. I didn't need that. Well, actually, could you? No, you couldn't. Okay. Woo! I'm like, yikes, dude. I don't need I don't care about names so much, but like address and the frickin' address, phone number, and frickin' the last four things on my card. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, did that just get shown? Anyway, let me get rid of this real quick. It's the end of an era. Thank you. Canceling auto renewal today means you'll lose access to all our upgraded features once your plan finishes. Continue to cancel. You'll lose access to extra market data. By opting out of auto renewing, you risk losing access to extra market data and add-ons once your plan finishes. Of course, you'll be able to use these extra packages until the subscription ends. That's what you signed up for. It's like, okay. We'll say free plans. Free plan is good enough for me, I guess. I'll say other. You know what? I bought premium initially because I saw that my videos would be saved, my streams would be saved forever, and to my knowledge, I do not have access to any stream past 50 days, and as far as I know, they are auto-deleted, and even if they are not, they might as well be if I cannot access them. There you go. But that's like actually the reason. I'm not trying to pay $600 for premium. Oh my God, $600? Like I got it last year on a sale. $600 for premium? Oh, no, thank you. Continue to cancel. Just cancel me. I still have until February 17th, so it's like whatever. I have 135 days left, so it's not like a huge thing. But still, it's one of those things that's like, like I specifically got it for that reason. I'm gonna be 100% serious. Like it was on sale, one, but two also. You're peeking my personal data. Good lord. Looking for a 19.4 yearly? Yeah, they had a So the thing is, I got it for $300 last year. So I wanted to get a plan, and it was like pro or pro. Okay, so this is what it actually was, and I gotta really tell you guys this because it's an important thing for any of you guys that actually use it. So make sure, no matter what you do. Okay, I'll put it this way. There's a left chart and a right chart when you have two charts. When you have three charts, you have three charts. They are not the same. I have text, I use two charts, right? So when I go to free, I'll still pay for the normal pro because I like two charts side by side. I don't need it, but I like it. I lose everything here. I can't see anything that was on my right chart. because it takes me to this one chart. So that's why I try to have everything linked now between the left and the right as best as possible with this. Because if I ever go to like a free for whatever period of time, I don't then want to lose everything. So the reason when I came back, I'm like, well, I want to know what was on the right side. I want to see my old data or my old charts, just to at least review stuff. And I've changed a lot of stuff and deleted a lot of stuff. But I wanted to see at that point in time what was there. So I only had access to my left side, not my right side. So that's why I initially wanted to get a plan. I thought streaming seemed to be pretty cool also. I used to do it on Twitch, and I wanted to do it again on here. And so, whatchamacallit? Yeah, that was pretty much the impetus for all of it, or the reasoning behind everything, is that I just wanted to see my right side data. I wanted to look at two charts at the same time, but most importantly, I just wanted to see my right side data. So I could either pay $15 a month, or maybe I was paying $15 a month, and they said, "Hey, you can pay $300 a year instead of $600 for premium," which is a really good deal for $300, right? And so I was like, "Okay, this is the same price pretty much as Pro Plus. That's awesome. $300 a year." I think even Pro Plus is like $360 or something like that. Maybe it is $300 if you pay for a year. But yeah, then I was streaming a lot, and then I realized, you go to profile, and you go to streams, and there's only, I'm not going to count them all, but there's only, look at this, it only goes back to July 7th. And what really sucks here is that, what really sucks here is that these are going to go away when I do my next, or when I save this stream is gone. As far as I know, this stream is gone. And they didn't say anything specifically about it only having, they didn't say anything specifically about it only saving up to 50 when I signed up. So I felt a little bamboozled, but it is what it is, so I don't really mind. And I got it at a deal. If I paid $600 for that, with that being the intention, I would be quite upset, and I would have asked for a refund. But I've used the premium pretty well so far. You get 20,000 bars of data, which is really great. If you ever want to go back and look at something, I think it's useful. I think the premium is useful, at least if they have a trial for it. It's like that's all anybody needs, to be honest. If you get access to the 20,000 bars, and you have the replay feature too, but mainly like the replay feature you get with anything. But with the 20,000 bars going back, you can really look at a lot of old data. You can, yeah, that's pretty wild. Wait, what? That's NDQ. You can really look at a lot of old data. The heat map, just hit up here on the new tab. Are you in the application or not? If you're in the application, heat map, stock crypto, you want to go stock, you can go here, courtesy of Gurav, you can click, what is it? It is sector, and you can go no group if you don't want it grouped by sector, and it's a little bit easier to kind of nicer to see this way sometimes. If you're online, you can go here and then to home, I believe. I think flawless updates. Bro, what? No way. No way they tell me that. Okay, let me go to fast.com. No way. Oh my god. My internet is slow right now. Why is my internet slow? I'm getting 60 megabits per second. Am I downloading something? I'm getting 66 megabits per second. What the F is going on? That's actually slow. What's my upload? Upload's in the same range as well. I don't understand that. That's really weird. That's really, really, really weird. I don't get that at all. I'm gonna be honest. I don't at all. But it's actually true. Okay. I was like, no way. My internet's usually not bad. We have Verizon or whatever, and I'm on Wi-Fi, but I have an AX router. Oh my God, AX router. I have an AX network adapter or Wi-Fi or like network card with an external antenna. So I don't know why I said router. Well, technically, like the Verizon one is, but it's just like one of the modem router all-in-ones. So I guess from your all's perspective, I didn't say anything like wrong, but I was thinking of a network card, network adapter. Well, not an adapter, is it? No, it'd be a network card and a PCIe slot. It should be good, but it's still low. Something's going on. It should be more than enough to just to upload to here and to Twitch, but it's still low. It's usually, but I think between 30 and 40 megabytes. So I'm lazy. It's usually like 240 to 270 megabits per second, somewhere around there. So I think sometimes maybe even like 300. So it's about like a fourth less than what it normally is, from what I remember when I usually check it. And that was the weird thing to me. Not that it was, I guess, it's a lot lower than the baseline. It's not that it's low. It's just so much lower than what the baseline normally is, and that's what made me go like, wait a second. Because most plans, especially in like suburb areas or whatever, suburban areas, or I guess in the suburbs. I guess in the suburbs, usually I think your standard plan now is like 240 to like 320 megabits per second. I think that's usually like the standard now on their like low end plans. So it's just a little weird. So not a big deal though. It's a little weird. I don't like troubleshooting, so I don't mind troubleshooting stuff. I hate troubleshooting other people's things though. But technically, I don't like troubleshooting my own stuff either, because that means I have an issue. You know. So, but it is what it is. But yeah, I think like the standard is supposed to be if you want to do, I always remember it was the selling point. It's like, when I used to work at a hardware store or whatever, selling electronics. Like, well, you only need 24 megabits per second to do 4K streaming on Netflix. Which I think it is all what it is, which is pretty, I mean, it's crazy more than anything how far we've come, I think, in such a relatively short period of time. Really is. Really, really, really is. So, I don't know why we're still getting bought up here. Oh well, can we just come down to support? Everything below us is still relatively kind of strong. To be honest, I'm a little bit sketched about this area because it puts us under here. I don't mind down here though. We'll see what happens. Still think 142.65 is fine. Unless they want to try to push it up here. It says market turned down ahead of Fed speakers. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't necessarily believe them on the headline. Like my thing about it is that to me this is like big boys fighting, because a couple things. One, why would we start here and here? And I get NASDAQ 24, it needs to maintain, but why would we not start like the same thing over here? Why would we start right here and not just right above our target where we need to start? You know, and then also on like the skilling one, they get us to start under here, but they also like there's just all this selling right when we're at the targets that need to be at. To me, it just seems like people are trying to manipulate the candles, or there's like a lot of big boys fighting against each other. That's how I kind of think what it is. Maybe that's not. That's just what it appears to be to me. Because like I don't know, like why wouldn't we have sold down more right before? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe people don't want to sell down that much. I don't know. I just feel like we see an actual kind of fight going on up here, because there's just some weird things. But maybe it is just retail duking out, and then people taking a dookie on retail. So, in my opinion, all we have to do is start here, and we start strong. So I don't think this is inherently negative, but we just have to hold up here on something. And that's just looking at Apple, but same thing for the NDQ. I mean, we just had to start where we ended. That's all we had to do. So the fact that they're fighting and we started right under, to me, I don't know, it seems a little sketch. Seems like it's more than a coincidence in that kind of sense. So we'll see what they do. I don't like it up here because I don't think there's any clear sign. Maybe if we had a 4 hour above the day 200, but I'd rather see a day start above the day 200. You talking to me? Oh my god, you changed your freaking thing again? Ay, ay, ay. 5 minute? True. You sent me a picture of the system, but I have to follow you. I think you have to follow people to get there to be able or maybe that's a setting. I know there's some things you have to follow people to get their script. I don't know why it says 111111 on the side. That's kind of weird. I wish I could tell what time this is. You're what? You're UTC? Isn't that the racist Moon Man? Or no, is that somebody else? It kind of looks like, oh no, it's not. That looks like that's actually a black dude with what looks at, I don't know, a black dude with a lampshade on his head. You're always up to something. I don't think I want to know. Headline for stream needs some update. What do you mean the headline for stream? You mean happy insert day here? Oh, well, a porn where someone posed as a lamp. Oh my god. Good lord. Posed as a lamp. It almost sounds kind of voyeuristic, to be honest. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to get up. I need to insert day here. I'm not. I put that way intentionally. Happy insert day here. So I'm not changing it. I did that intentionally. I'm not changing. I mean, if you think about it, it's more work to put insert day here as opposed to figuring out what day it actually is, right? It takes like 2 seconds to figure out what day it actually is. And it takes like more time to do that. At least think of it and then type it. Happy insert day here. To you too. Man, the NDQ looks so ugly. Interesting to see what happens today. We got our skilling, and we have our TVC NASDAQ. Oof. Baba booey, baba 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 booey, baba booey, baba booey. Where is that? I want to hear that. Baba booey. Baba. Baba booey. It's so stupid. Okay.
Baba Booey. Baba Booey.
Baba booey. Baba 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 booey.
thinking about dabbling in it. Thinking about buying. I think I said no. I'm thinking about getting
a good yoga boo. Or maybe a Wilma.
no. They sell those too, but I'm thinking about getting.
A Bam Bam.
No, you ready? Quick Joe McGraw and Bubba Boy. I'm thinking about getting.
Good.
Just
Oh, that's where it's from? Bubba Boy. Oh, here's the sound effect for 10 hours.
Bubba Boy, Bubba Boy, Bubba Boy, Bubba Boy.
Okay. We're done with that. Bubba Boy. Somehow I don't like it when it's Bubba Boy. I like Bubba Boy. Okay. Let me do that. Let me get my protein too. I need to get something in my stomach, so let me get a little bit of that protein now, and then I gotta put my rice. Actually, let me just put my rice on at the same time. Let me actually sit back down. What do I care about? What do I want to see? And let me see what the time frames are for anything that matters. So, do we care about skilling? Do I care about skilling? It's going to take 1 hour for me to care about this minimum. The 4 hour could still have this come back up and want to try to test back up at this place, which then puts it above the 1 hour. Probably not going to see anything for like a super buy here on the 4 hour though. That doesn't happen until what, 2? But that could give a push up on the 1 hour if this brings us back up from here. If it does, the day's still somewhat concerning, so we'll see. So that gives me what, another 40 minutes? I'm not going to be gone for 40 minutes at all, but I don't like Apple where it is right now. I think it looks trash, and I actually hate this start because it makes everything down here look a lot harder to obtain because it's going to be like a bigger drop, a lot of top buying. Where's our 1 hour on this? I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole, honestly, down here at 144.55, so at least I'm not worried about this. 30 minutes not horrible, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so I don't think anything's going to happen that crazily in the next 5. I think I have a little bit of time to like walk away for like 5 minutes, so. Yeah, I'm gonna put some. I'm gonna get my protein. I'm gonna put whatever on the stove. I hate to look at Apple right now because it just feels. I hate to look at anything. It feels like nothing's going on with anything. But I'll just pull Nasdaq up. What the hell? I didn't even notice this on the 30, and it's not a huge deal. But Jesus. I mean, they really need to push it down that far? I mean, like, I knew the 4 and the 1 looked bad. But these got pushed down, like, so far away from where they needed to be. But then they push it all the way where the 30 might push down also as well. Honestly, it seems a little excessive. Seems really excessive. Alright, I'll be back. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Bubba booey. We are the people of the world. Blah, 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 blah. In God's hands. Blah, 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 blah. What's going on? Moments before destruction. Yeah, sure, why not? Seems risky, but I don't see why we couldn't keep trying to fight up. I think it seems reasonable. We're the people of the world. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, I just don't know where anything is. Okay, so is that 11,457? I mean, actually, I don't look at this Gussator chart. It's just, it seems like somewhat of a ballsy play, but I mean, I could see it playing out. I think like I said before I left, I could see a couple things happening where we could still push back up. I think, what was it? I don't remember what it was on what, to be honest. I said it a little bit ago. So, but I don't think like any of these fights are over. It just seems inherently risky, but I mean, I could definitely see it playing back out. I mean, that's what an assumption that we come back to right where we came from, which is essentially just bringing us right back to here. So 11,624. The other thing you have to understand too is like I'm looking at like when I look at anything, I'm looking at a TV from like 8 feet away. You also have a white background with no lines, and it kind of all eyes. So you're saying it come back to 1642. Okay, I mean it's like what? So yours is 20 off of what I think it could possibly come back to. So, because that's like the big thing. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, so the idea was, whatchamacallit, we switched over pretty far for the 4 hour, but we don't actually have any rejection on, we do have like a hit on this 4 hour, but we don't have any on this one, so we could definitely come back here. We switched so far away. The idea was, I think, here, and the idea would be to try to get pressure up by 11.6. It'll be interesting to kind of see what happens, per se. I think it's still possible that it could push through that. I think it depends what happens, or when it happens, if it can get back up here, because we could get some support on the NASDAQ at 11.606 if it can end there. But that's another 30 or 28 minutes from now, so not that it will wait that long to push up, but the idea that if it wants to get a little bit of a push up from there, so another 1 hour, so I can see it extending past that also as well. So, but this is oversold on the 4 hour. From the 30-minute perspective, I get it because they push it here and they get the extra push down. But from the 4 hour perspective, it's oversold. So, because the best thing that they could have had happen was just to have it switch over here and then push down. And then anything down here is not oversold. So it could push down, but I mean, it definitely could push down. But the idea of thinking that it can push back up, I think, is incredibly reasonable. So it's just your chart is whatchamacallit. Your chart's white. I don't. It's so bright. I don't super mind the blue and black, surprisingly, even though I'm going to be straight up, I hate blue. I don't hate blue, it's actually my favorite color, but looking at the screen, I usually don't like blue sometimes. But the chart just hurts my eyes a lot to look at. That's why I use it like this. This is a godsend for me. Like, this is actually a godsend for me. Not the, like, what's the normal one? I don't even remember. There should be some normal one, right? Oh God, look at that. Oh my gosh, I didn't mean to do that. Switch it back, switch it back. Is it standard? I guess not. Ah, so you see my eyes just immediately when I switch to like a white background. They just it's not like your chart. It's just literally just like the colors just hurts my eyes. So I'll be right back in a second. I need to go get the whatchamacallit. Alright. Okay, we got something with the black. I feel like you had a black background just the other day. Okay, this is something I can get behind. I don't know what's going on, but it's a black background, so I'll take it. What's the price? I know this is probably just like a joke, but I feel like does this actually represent something? Is the price hidden? I think the price is missing, isn't it? God, it hurts my eyes. It's so. At least it's not nighttime. I hate white charts at night. I could deal with them kind of in the day, but people that post white charts in chat at nighttime they're kind of sick, demented people, in my opinion. Pretty sick and pretty demented people. Sick and demented people. Blah 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 blah. Whoops. Huh? Did I even click? What? I guess I clicked the stuff. Interesting. Okay. I guess find it there and it just brings that up. Interesting. Okay. Oh, whoops. What was it? 6-3? So, I need to set an alarm. Well, my trashy computer can't set an alarm, so we'll have to... Oh, actually, it can. Okay. I can't set a timer, maybe that's what it is. What are we doing? What time is it? 10? So, 11:43, 10:02 a.m. Save. 23 minutes. Oh, whoops. My math is pretty bad here. 10:52. From a distance, I like it a little bit better. I mean, it still hurts. You have my charts. Like, you have my whole chart layout. You know that, right? I don't know if you saved it, but you can, you could go to my chart layout, and you can go to, like, save as for color theme, and then just name it, and then you could literally just go to yours, right? Like, I could go, like, open Persifying. Oh, I don't want to do it here. We'll do whatever. Ugh. Sometimes it messes with stuff. Whatever. That's fine. No, sometimes it messes with stuff, so let me open a new one. Oh, I already overlaid mine on top when I went to yours, but then you can just go to like mine or whatever and then just do boom. That would be the most suitable, to be honest. Because I spent a while, or not a while, but I spent at least like 30 minutes trying to find like what looked the most appealing to me. You know, so I'm looking at this stuff way too much when I'm streaming. So normally I really don't care, right? So it's not an issue. If I'm like streaming and looking at this all day, it's a big deal. I used to have to wear blue blockers all the time when I watched, or when I used to look at charts a lot, or when I first started streaming, and now it's not. I don't have to do any of that, so it's quite a bit more pleasing in my opinion, the way I have it currently set up. Even with like the fibs and stuff, I always try to make it like a certain opacity. Blah, 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 blah. There we go, oil. Push to the sky, never come back. Push to the sky, never come back. OPEC. OPEC. Did Boeing drop a bit? Huh. I guess not. Just from the initial. It took me, I couldn't even, okay, so let me go on this. I couldn't even get on Overwatch last night, which is good because I needed sleep. But I got on today before the stream. Obviously I didn't play because you gotta have priorities, but what was I gonna say? It took me like, I think it took me like 5-10 minutes to get on or something. I went AFK, so I don't really know. But I'm pretty sure it took me like 5-10 minutes just to get onto the game. And then, like, I finally got on. There's still a queue to wait for that kind of crap. And then, on top of that, what was I gonna say? I don't know, it's just ridiculous. I thought, I'm a little bit, I'm actually, my main point is I'm just actually, whoa. Oh no, this is something else. I thought this was Frey. This is something completely different. This is definitely something completely different. It's pretty wild, though. Last time I looked at this was somewhere around, like, here. I have to use my left hand, I think, now. My right hand doesn't work. But what are we at? 1298. I don't think this matters, though. I don't think anything with Marm matters to me. Now, if we start above the week here, I'm definitely interested. See GME. Same thing for GME. I could care less about GME right now, but it has like such great ranges. I don't know if the days and the weeks are a little more split up. What are we looking at? 9. So we got like a spread of $2.60. And that's what, 3169. 3169. That looks pretty good too. The 296. Yeah, 2909296. What's that? In theory, I hate the dark black background. The rich, bold, black background. Yeah, I mean, I feel even more certain than I mean, I didn't really feel certain, but it does look like it's shaping up quite a bit to do that. So 605. I like that you reduced it a little bit too. I still think 605 seems pretty reasonable for it. Because mine's at, like, what did I say, like, I think 624. So anything that's, like, before the line, I think is more preferable. I think 606 was the one for the 1 hour also as well, right? I mean, I like it. Where is it, NASDAQ? I think. Yeah, 606. It gives us another chance. We'll see what happens like later in the day too. There's a lot of decent chances for this too. I mean, the day's still up here without anything to crack it down. I mean, it definitely has. I mean, this is like this is a fairly. We'll see what happens, but this is a fairly sizable range. This is definitely a fairly sizable range. I don't think there's weeks on this though, which is the one thing I don't like. But considering this is like a 4, you can do like even like here. I mean, these are fairly whatever. It's not really a good line across, but I mean, this is assumption it breaks into the 4. But these are fairly sizable ranges for what it could be fighting for on the day time frame. So I don't like to fight part of these, but I could see it. There's a lot of potential. And this is the skilling one that you look at also now, so at least maybe it'll be a little bit better for me now. Though to be honest, like I'm looking at it in a longer time frame, so when I look at yours, I'm still like, it's still kind of confusing. But to be honest, when I look at anybody's, not like confusing, but it like takes me a second. To be honest, like if I was just using my averages, so I feel like if anybody else's, it always takes a second. I always try to look for like, wait, what am I seeing? Does this line up? And then I try to then see like, okay, what are they talking about? What do they see? Because like if I can like kind of look at it from my perspective, I think it's a little bit easier. Not to say I'm right, but it's just the way I look at stuff. So. Interesting. This has it around here too. In the 500. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in between. I don't see anything positive about it when I look at the 5 minute. I don't think this matters though, personally. So yeah, this is arguably overselling also. This will be kind of interesting because we'll have our next 30 minute at the same time as the 1 hour. This gives a little bit of the range. I think the 1 hour is what, at 606, so that's like what a range here with the 1 hour. And I think the 4 hour is what, up at 24 still. So the 4 hours is like up there. I don't know why I don't just do this. I just hate to do it. Whatever. I don't hate to do it. I'm just lazy. Let's see. Day, week. Excuse me. Where are we at? 2-4. I don't really care about the 5 to be honest, but what is it supposed to be? 4-6. Wait, what? Oh, it's 5-5-3. Whoops. The numbers are 1 hour. Oh yeah, this guy's way 1 or 200. I know we really need the 500 here, and I don't really care about like downwards targets. Like I don't think this is really gonna bounce if it comes down to hit here, so I really don't care. But I copy pasted it, so So we'll see. This will be interesting to see, just from the perspective of like what they want to kind of go for, because the 1 hour is still above, but starting above the 30-minute here is pretty nice to still push up to that 606 target. Now we'll see what happens, because I feel like I don't know, I feel like it's inherently a little bit, I mean, if you're just selling it anyway, so it literally doesn't matter, but, whatchamacallit, the idea of like a continuation seems less likely, not like from 11,606, kind of based on this. Because if we switch off on the 30-minute, or I guess it's not 30 minutes, it's like, what is it? Whatever, the 30-minute, but at 01, because this exchange is weird as hell for some reason. It's like essentially this, right? The chances of this, like when I see this here, the chances of this seem less likely, but the chances of like this seem a lot more like, oh my god, whatever, I'm a perfectionist. But the chances of this seem a lot more likely. But this, like, we'd have to end 1 hour above here, so it'll be interesting to see. In the 4 hour, we'd want to ideally end the 4 hour above. So the movement itself definitely still seems good. I feel like this is what we'll do, and then we'll probably turn around from here, maybe even go up a little bit more. But it's a lot of early pushing up for the 4 hour, and it'll be a little early pushing up for the 1 hour too, because we'll still have like 45 minutes left or something to try to maintain it up here. So it'll be interesting to see what it does at the end though. I feel like that's pretty likely that we go boom boom though. Baba booey. Baba 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 booey. Ay ay. Alright, I'll be right back. I get my rice off. Chocolate. Double rich chocolate. Ooh, excuse me. I like that they're selling it down right here. I think we'll see what happens. I think it's a lot more, like I said, I think it's a lot more likely that it ends above. Really, to me, that's like the more determining thing. But I like the fact that they're selling it down now. Like, in the sense of, I like the idea that they're selling it down 5 minutes before. They kind of need to sell it down at the last second if they're trying to keep it here. And like they're kind of stopping it from hitting up here already. So I think that's like really nice because that, to me, that makes this switchover look even better. So. Okay. What is this at anyway? 553. So probably like 555. We're looking for the new 30. Well, technically it's not the new 30 minute. It's at freaking 11:01. Okay. It's in a great position too. I mean, like being right here in the last couple of minutes looks really nice. And not being overbought is really nice too. Oh, excuse me. I need to clean my mouse. Actually, I probably just need to buy a new one. I don't know if it works nearly as well as it used to. I don't think it can. It's like coffee stains from back in the day. And all that kind of stuff. Probably do need to, whatchamacallit, get a new mouse pad. Oh. Once again, nice. Keep selling. Don't let it pass until the. Preferably, it'd be nice if they don't let it pass till the last minute. That would be, I think, the best. But I mean, this would be like the most perfect kind of way to have it, anyway, in my opinion. Look at him fight. Oh, I don't even have anything on the right side. Whatever. I really don't care. I guess we can just do this. A lot of fake out Bitcoin over 20K. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty ugly for a lot of stuff. Or not ugly, but it's just been pretty, a lot of topping. A lot of top buying. Or not a lot of top buying, I don't know. I think the buy spot for it down below is pretty obvious. I think a lot of it is less obvious now. I hope they don't like super buy this up in like this last couple of minutes for the NASDAQ. I'm not a big fan of this. I mean, if they hit the 1 hour target and that's what they want to try to go for, then okay. But this looks a lot weaker to me. Not like super weak, but it looks a lot weaker to me if they keep pushing. Like, so we'll have another 30 and another 1 hour. So if they can get it to here, then like, okay. The 4 is like you'd reasonably want to see it start above the 4. So anything above there is going to be kind of overselling or overbuying. And then if we start like here, then we start the next 1 hour like right under. But we start pretty far away from the 30 minute. They're doing such a good job. It's not a huge thing. It's probably not like a huge thing. We'll see how it turns out. So we have another, what, 1 minute? So yeah, I mean, they can, I don't know. I just think it'd be better if the corner just got to trade that midday swing, baby. Yeah. I mean, I think like Bitcoin has some like obvious, in my opinion, it has some obvious spots, or just spots to me anyway, that seem really, really good, and we're just not there. And at the end of the day, like, really what needs to happen for Bitcoin to go up, in my opinion, is really the Fed to be like, okay, we are like, you know, more than just the hairline is receding, right? We're in a recession. You know, it's like one of those things. So, I mean, if the Fed kind of pivots a little bit and they start questioning stuff, I could definitely see Bitcoin push up. And then if it can hit those areas, it'll look pretty good. Like what, the 22.5? It doesn't seem like super hard to hit. And then like some of that other stuff also as well. Like 22.5 and like the 31 by like late October, November, somewhere around there. That looks really nice. But yeah, I don't know if anyone wants to like necessarily push it through anything. It's what it feels like anyway. No one wants to push it through anything. That's what it feels like. Oh, now we got our new 1 hour. And we have our new 30-minute. It'd be nice if they at least push us down before they try to push it up. Yeah, I didn't even think they were selling that much to start with. Let me see. Let me see. Fed balance sheet. How much? I want to see how much did they even reduce? They reduced a decent amount. Wait. If your total assets are in a million and a million's 1,000, and you have 8 million, and 1,000, a million, that's a trillion. So their balance sheet right now, their balance sheet as of, what day was this? April 2022. Their balance sheet was just 50 billion short of, I believe 50 billion maybe, short of a trillion. Of 9 trillion, my bad. Now their balance sheet is at 8.8 trillion. So they've gotten rid of 200 billion in assets. Well, technically, they've gotten rid of like, so 895, and they're now at 881. So they've gotten rid of like 149 billion of assets out of 8 trillion, 8.8 trillion. Crazy. Crazy. Wild stuff. Don't be that guy. I don't want anybody in here that's going to be that guy that says, look at me every 2 seconds, and look what I said, look what I did. It's annoying. I'm going to be honest with you. It annoys me. Like, I don't care if you're right or not. It's just kind of annoying. And it wasn't super hard to see, so it took faith, and I think it was a good decision. But don't. That's the same stuff Tory did, and that actually annoys me. Like, I'm just going to be straight up about it, so it's not like a big deal. So I don't need dick flailing in chat. Anyway, let me check this stuff out. Booyah! Behold, the inverse Kramer ETF has finally arrived. Let's check this out. Let's see, where is this? Okay. Fafafui. Kind of bored with the market a little bit, where we are and what we're doing. Should Kramer recommend buying any of the securities in the fund's portfolio? The fund will dispose of those holdings. Should Kramer recommend selling any of the securities in the fund's portfolio? The fund will keep those holdings. Okay. So they're not an anti-Kramer ETF, purely, or any. Not dick flailing. That's like a bad way to put it. It's like it's not the best of. I gotta get my rice in a second. It's not the prettiest of pictures. But what there's a saying. There's a phrase. I don't remember what it is. It's like an American thing. It's like gloating, kind of, in a sense, or like look at me. I don't know how to say it. It has some. Americans have a fascination. I'm partially American too. Maybe other places do. There's a over fascination with penises in America. I'll just throw it out there. I don't know why. It just seems to be, or maybe bodily functions. Maybe I think it's just a man thing, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe it is an American thing. But let me see. I don't want to look. I'll look it up. Let me get rid of this though. I don't want to look it up here because it might show something. Okay. American phrase. Gloating. Penis waving. Expressions. There we go. So some of the things I'm finding: American expression, gloating, penis waving. Accused rapist offers to whip out penis in court. There we go. It's like whip out. It's like whipping out your. It's like There we go. That's what it is. Accused. This is something else kind of funny. Accused rapist offers to whip out penis in court to prove its small size. The judge declines. Whatchamacallit? Jax Ruchop said he's been humiliated by international headlines for mounting his small penis defense, but that's the only way he can prove his innocence. Oh my God, this guy is like, whatever. I'm not gonna get into people for their looks. Jesus, he let himself go. But that's what it is. It's like whipping out it's like whipping out your dick in America is kind of like what they'll say. Yeah, it's like pissing contest too, right? Yeah, they all have to do with penises, right? It's pretty much like that. Yeah, I have to get my thing. It's not a whatchamacallit, it's a thingamajig, okay? They're two different things. I'll be right back. Thanks, Persifying. Actually, I really appreciate that. You saying that. Especially since I didn't put the BRB thing on. Oy. Whatchamacallit? It's a whatchamacallit or a thingamajig. Don't get them mixed up. They're completely different, okay? Completely different. A little bit more selling pressure than I thought, but I'm not. We'll see what happens. I'm not completely surprised, but a little bit more pressure than I thought. They did such a good job trying to keep it around here. Whoops. Maybe we need to wait till the next 30-minute change to get some support back up here and then try to push up. It looks kind of sketchy though, to be honest, to hit that 1 hour target. They did such a good job keeping it in this range. Then they had to push it up at the last second. What is this though? I don't know. It's always hard to imagine $16 out of 11,500 makes that much of a difference. I don't know. But yeah, I have rice probably every day. I got my like it's a lot too, man. It's a cup of rice, so it's like 4 servings of rice and probably like a tablespoon of probably like 1.5 tablespoons of butter. I mean, it's a decent amount of rice, right? It's a pretty big bowl. But yeah, I have rice probably every day. It's like brown whole wheat rice though, so it's like it's pretty good relatively. And then usually meat. I have like a protein shake, and then usually steak if I can. Sometimes just like beef chuck. Sometimes it's like a top sirloin. Nothing crazy. Then like an avocado. Dude, my stool it's pretty good actually. White food. No, white rice. White rice, not white food. My stool is really good, man. I'll put it this way, even though it's a little inappropriate. You ever sit down to go to the bathroom, you look to the left and to the, not actually, but it's like, and you're like, oh, I'm done? Yeah, that's how it is. Like, I only say that because one of my friends from a while ago, when I used to live with him a couple years ago, the dude used to be in the bathroom for like 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes or something. So I didn't know that was an actual thing. I'm in and out, man. I'm in and out. So healthy diet, I think, is the number one thing. But it keeps me filled, which is pretty nice. Well, it's a lot tougher when I'm like streaming and stuff because like I have to take more breaks, so the rice makes it a lot more convenient for me to just make it. And I get about 4 days out of 1 bag of rice, so besides like the gas cost and the water shouldn't be much, but besides like the gas to put it on the burner to boil the water, it's only like maybe $1.20 to make it. So it's pretty good per day, or like per 1 cup. I think I get like 4 to 5, I think 4.5 cups in 1 bag of Uncle Ben's rice. Just white plain rice? No, it's whole wheat brown rice. Oh, it's. Here, let me see if I can find it. I don't know why I can't click on anything. What the hell? Open up. There we go. Well, this doesn't even look like brown rice on the front of the package, which is kind of weird, but. Let me just check this real quick. My gosh, 1 second. Amazon. This is trash. I don't know why I can't. Here we go. Whatever. I guess it just hit. Okay, at least this actually looks like what it is. But it's this right here. It's this whole Uncle Ben's whole grain brown rice is what I get. So it's not like white rice. Huh? Oh, I'm not looking at the chart. I just have this up. I just didn't want to like. The thing is, I don't have a VPN up, so it's so whatchamacallit. So like I had like, I should really turn my VPN on before I start streaming. So, but like before I go to something like Amazon, I have to make sure it's not going to be like, one, I'm logged in, and then two, I have to make sure it's not going to be like, hey, you live here, 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 and here. You know what I mean? So, whatchamacallit. I will say your analysis on this, if we go up to 11:06 before switching over on a 30-minute, I will say at this point, really, really good. I was very much so questioning whether we actually, when we switched over, I mean, we're not like super high like up here, so there's like still a chance, but I was definitely questioning when we switch over here whether we're actually going to push up, especially on the same 30-minute candle. If it hits here, I didn't think it was possible, so it'll be really interesting to see. Not like I didn't think it was possible, but I think we needed to switch over here and then push up, more so than just push up here. I was definitely doubting if it was going to hit 11,606 in this 30-minute, regardless of how much they sold it down. Oh, but I will give you that. You're definitely right about chewing rice as hard as beef jerky. I keep biting my tongue or my lip. I don't know why I'm chewing the rice so hard. I think it's because I haven't eaten anything all day and I'm just like really hungry. But that's definitely something like you're definitely right about. I'm definitely chewing on it like way too hard. Because anytime I've bitten my tongue recently or whatever, or my gum, because I'm chewing so hard, it's just definitely something I've noticed. That's actually a good observation. I probably should chew a lot less. I don't know why I'm chewing as hard. I think it is just because I'm so hungry. Matic real quick? Yeah, sure. We can take a look. I think also, I think what it probably is though is because I'm streaming also as well, and so I'm just trying to eat in between talking. I think that's what it is because I just tried chewing a little bit more slowly there, and whatchamacallit, I started chewing a little bit more slowly, and I was just like, man, this is actually going to take forever to digest this, or not to digest it, to break this down. I like my food, so. But yeah, I think it's because I'm streaming right now. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Like I said, like I just tried it and it was. Ow, God, my finger's so messed up, man. Dude, never get into rock climbing. Don't be a dumbass. Don't get into rock climbing, no matter what you do. Don't be one of those people. Don't get into it. It's for a bunch of idiots and for masochists. It's not worth it. I haven't rock climbed in so long. I've done so much damage to my body. Like I can barely use my every finger I can do like this with. I can't even this finger. I'm limited mobility on some of my fingers and other things depending on what I'm doing. It's not horrible, but and I've almost broken my ankle and other stuff. I know other people that rock climb and they keep doing it. Is there potential off the .8 to 842? I have no idea. I haven't checked this in a while, so let's see what this stuff is. Let's adjust. This is still here. Where's the 4 hour? Man, this 4 hour 200 really dropped. Jesus Christ. That's kind of nice. I'm surprised this came all the way back down. That's pretty nice. That's really nice too. We saw this though, I feel like, right? Did we? When did we last look at this? Yeah, we must have, right? Yeah, we must have. This is here on October 4th. You must have asked about it yesterday or 2 days ago. Why is this so god ugly? Did we push up on this? Was this 11 o'clock? So this thing tried to push up and then it pushed down. What the hell is going on with this? What's Bitcoin doing? Why is this so ugly? Oh, this is 422. This is 421. That's like what, 0.5%? I mean, not even. It's not a lot. This is ugly as hell. We'll see where this ends. 1 second. Why do I have a line? Oh. 1 second. I'll look at it for 2 seconds and I'll say some things that I see that I don't know what the hell this thing's been doing. What the hell? So there's some things I actually kind of like about it. I get more or less, this is a lot of overbuying. We just want to see it end somewhere in this area at least. Even this is a little bit high, but we don't want to see a wick this high. So that kind of makes sense why we're just getting wrecked down. Where's our next 12 hours? So this is 8 o'clock. Let me see some of these other time frames real quick. If it can hold around here, yeah, this looks pretty decent too. Okay, not amazing. So my first thing that I'd like to see, we'll check on the other ones. For Matic to Bitcoin, I'd really like to see where this is. What are we looking for? 8. Is that 9? 8, 9? Yeah, 8, 8, 9. So what are we talking about? Let's say 4207. So if we get a 12-hour to start somewhere in this range, around 4207, I think this looks pretty good to Bitcoin. Let me check Matic to the dollar. So 4209, I'd like to see a 12-hour and above. I don't really care what it does in between. It could really do a lot of different things. But for it to push up, that's what I'd like to see. What do we have? 12-hour 4s down here. I mean, it's a nice push up on the 4. It's really ugly. This is probably with the overshot, or this might have actually been the overshot on Bitcoin, or Matic 2 Bitcoin. What was the question? What specific price? 842. Falling off. I mean, there's nothing wrong with falling off a glyph. There's nothing. As long as you're at the cliff, right? I don't like anything after it's fallen off a cliff or after it's shot up. So what do you say? 842, 84.2. Where the heck is 842? Okay, right here. Third potential of 842. Oh my god. Bring him back in here. He liked one of my videos on whatchamacallit. I think he changed his Twitter, and he liked one of my ideas on Twitter. So he's here somewhere. It's really hard for me to kind of say. I mean, the range that we're dealing with is in between here. A lot of this can be dependent on Bitcoin. I don't like necessarily this is, but it looks like a pretty heavy drop into this area. I don't have any averages around here that look super amazing. I do like the 30-minute of where it... What the hell just happened? So we just got a new 30-minute. I'm not a huge fan of this anymore, I'll be honest. This could turn around. It looks like it opened. I think this opened right where the line is, though. I don't know if this is really under or above. The fact that it's kind of so in between, I'm not a huge fan of it whatsoever at all. I don't know, like for me, this would have been either like around at the 2, but probably specifically seeing what happened at the 4 here. This looks like a good entry point. The top possibly would be something here. It looks like it's a little bit weak. Probably going to be moving off the market more than anything. There is one spot that I would like to see, which we were talking about, Matic to this is MKR, Matic to Bitcoin on the 12-hour, where I'd like to see it pretty much end a couple stats above this, like 4208, 4210, 4215. I think even would be something fine. Even like 4225, I think is fine. But I'd like to see it come back above, not start too far up. I'd like to see this just pretty much start here, and then that looks pretty decent from that perspective. This is a decent amount of time, though, right? If we're talking about that, we're talking about another, makes you laugh, the icon. I have to check it. Did he change it from the green Superman? Well, let's see, because it's like, what, 11 to 8? I don't know. What's 8, 1900? So we're talking about like 7.5 hours? No, 8.5 hours, yeah. So it's like 8 hours and 32 minutes, or like 28 minutes from now. So we'll see for that. I think it's a little bit sketchy for where it is. Let's see what the market what is doing. The fact that we started under 1460 seems a little bit sketch. I'm looking for something on the 1 hour or the 4. So we might be able to see something. The NASDAQ has a chance of looking pretty decent for being pretty pumpy around 2 o'clock in 2.5 hours. I'll show that in a second. But specifically, I don't feel like there's a huge amount of support here, like a huge amount of strength for like something to super pump up. So I'm kind of like in between on it. It doesn't seem really, really weak. It seems like it could be getting there pretty soon. I'm not a big fan of like this. First of all, I'm not a huge, like this would be something on the short term. This would be something where I would consider maybe on the short term, if I wanted to get on a 30-minute like short term, this is where I would get in, and then I would have just gotten out right on the switch over. So it's like, I mean, I wouldn't have been up anything most likely, depending on the liquidity. It would have just been a break even. So on like the short term, I'm not a huge fan of what it's done on this start over. I think it should have easily have been somewhere more in this area higher up. So, oh my god. Did you get moderated or did you delete that? No, you must have deleted it. Did you get moderated for saying that? I don't think that'd be possible, but he'll still be able to see what you said in here. Alright, he'll still be able to see what you said, like in the right? When someone sends something to you, it'll still, where is it? Whatever, I can't find the thing that you sent, but it'll still come up in his, like, thing. Yeah, so essentially I feel like it's gassing out a little bit. For me, if I got in at the 4 for something like this, oh, we're looking at the 12. If I got in at the 4 here, this is a lot of overselling. Let me see, where would I have gotten out on this? Let me see. Because this would have been the range and the expectation between here. Well, this is the 2. The 4 was right here, I believe. So this was the 4. I wouldn't have gotten out on the 1 yet. The 30 seems a little bit sketch. This is the first time we fell under both of them. And then where's the 1 in regards to this down there? Where's the 15? Usually with these, there's 2 places I'll get out depending on what happens. That's when we first start under here. It's possible if I didn't do it on the 15, somewhere around here. And if I was still in here. So there's like a couple places where I would have gotten out. We could see this on the 15 when it came down. We can see like a bounce on the 30, something possible to get back in. And maybe, I don't know if I would have gotten back in this. It looks a little in between. I'm not the hugest fan of where this switched over and then pushed up. It's hard to go against something like this, but it's not the best. This could have come down a little bit also as well. So I'm not a big fan of where it is right now. I would be questioning a little bit. Was this 4 hour the same day we switched over? Oh, go figure. Okay, so the new day was right. This was the new week right here. So this makes a lot more sense why this pushed up anyway initially. You're going so wild over there. But yeah, so I mean, we'll kind of see what happens with it. It hasn't hit the top of the range. If we wanted to be super safe, we could wait until it comes under the 1. This is most likely going to bring it somewhere right down to the entry. But I'm not a huge fan of it where it is. It could push up, though. That's the thing. I'm not right on everything. So it definitely could push up. I don't like where it is currently. I think it's showing a little bit of weakness. Oh, does that actually not? Oh, that actually doesn't ping you. Okay, that actually doesn't ping you. That's interesting. I didn't know that doesn't ping anybody. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. But yeah, I'm not a big fan where it is. We'll see what happens. I just not a huge fan. So, and I'm also not a huge fan that we started right under here. We'll see what happens, but it's a little suspect when we constantly like start under and like when we could just easily start above. But we'll see. Like I said, at NASDAQ, one of the interesting things will be there is this day time frame that's pushing down on us. So if we can break through here on the next day, I don't even know when the day start. What, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock? So 8 o'clock, I guess. We have a new day start here also as well. That's 10 o'clock. What am I talking about? Yeah, right. Closes at 9, opens at 10. Yeah, so like 10 o'clock my time, Eastern. So, but I'm interested to see on this 12-hour if we can get something that will start above where this 12-hour is currently. So, pushing above it like before, I don't really care. So, oh my God, you can do that. It's pretty funny. You can do that. Dude, I wonder, do they have? I wonder. I've never checked it. Do they have? Where is it? Why can't I see it? Let me see if I go here. Do they have archives? I wonder. Oh, I'm just not getting it. So it does send it to you. I just don't get it. It's probably, so I'll probably see the updates if I do this. Let me do this. I see the updates now. Yeah, okay, yeah, so he did get spammed every single time. Okay, so he did get spammed every single time. Holy moly. Oh my god. He's gonna be like, dang, what happened? Someone likes me. And then he's gonna look and he's gonna be like, wait, who is this? I think he should remember, you know. Whatchamacallit, what am I doing? Chat archives. NASDAQ chat. I don't know if I get to, because I don't think this room exists. Because I don't know if I don't think I can type in here. So I don't think there's any chat archive for my own chat. That's what I was wondering. Yeah, so there's no way. I just realized this is set to sound on addressed to me messages. I don't get a sound. Let's see what's going on with stuff. I don't know if there's like, I don't know if I care about anything. Not care about anything, but I don't know if I care about anything until certain time periods. I don't think we're going to see. I almost hit 1106. Pretty impressive. This seems to be a little more likely. I'm still impressed though by this like 8.5 push up to the 9.7. I'm very impressed. We'll see what happens for the 1 hour. I mean, technically, if they want to, I think on the 30-minute. Let's hide this stock RSI. You can't block on TradingView. You can ignore people. I'm pretty sure. Here, like, whatchamacallit, like, here, try to at me real quick. Oh, nope. Keep typing. Let me see. Here we go. Okay. Okay, try adding me, because I'm pretty sure, or try adding me right now, or atting me. And then let me take you off real quick. So I'm going to do it in like 5 seconds. Okay, let me see. Is it off now? Okay. So let me go to a new one, and let me see if I can see the messages. I'm assuming you added me, or you sent a message at me. Yeah, so I think you can, like, I'm pretty sure you can block, right? Well, not now. Oh, man, there's a chat delay. It's too late now. I forgot there's a chat delay. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Here, 1 second. Okay. Yes. Okay, I'll wait 30 seconds. Wish they could fix the chat delay, the chat delay, the chat delay. La la la. And then I'll unblock you and like, I'm gonna wait like another 45 or something like that. I don't even think it's been 30 seconds yet, to be honest. Okay. So let me close this. Let me see if. Look at that. What a pretty face right there. Look at that. Yeah, no wonder you said it seemed disgusting. Yeah, it does look a disgusting face. So let me see real quick. I don't think I'm gonna get your ads if I block you. Yeah, I didn't get your ads. I got the one you sent a while ago, but I didn't. This is the one you sent when we had the delay thing. So you can block people. I was gonna be surprised if you couldn't block people on here. Because I've ignored people before. I don't have a long ignore list. Like my ignore list is like, this guy talked. I don't remember why I blocked some of these other people. This guy just talked politics a lot. I didn't really have. I don't have anything against. I don't think any of these people. Maybe this guy. Maybe I don't remember this guy. I I think this is all I've blocked in the last 5 years. I don't even remember why I blocked some of these people. I'm gonna take them off. I don't really mind blocking Mike anyway. I don't block everybody. I feel like I blocked this guy for a reason, but I like don't care anymore. Well, this was the whatchamacallit. This was the thing. This one right here, or this at right here. Oh, you didn't at me before? Because this one is the one I remember that you sent when I blocked you, and then I said send it. Oh, your old accounts. Yeah, maybe. uh, but this one you sent when you weren't ignored, I believe. It wouldn't make any sense. Like, their chat is, like, pretty poopy. Like, the chat on TradingView needs to be worked on pretty bad, considering it's, like, the main mode of communication. Pretty badly, but it would be weird if you couldn't block people adding you or anything like that. I don't understand what the purpose of today so far has been. Have we gained anything from today? Not like money wise. Like, has the market gained anything from today? Like, I feel like we're pretty much right where we left off. But it doesn't look like, I mean, things do look worse and they look better, but like, it doesn't look that bad. Like, it doesn't look that bad, and it's not like it looks any more amazing, and it doesn't look any, like, besides, like, one thing, it doesn't look that much worse. I feel like just wasting a bunch of time right here. I hate this stuff. I don't hate it, but, like, I hate these blocks. I don't mind the wick so much. Just this stuff. Like, what the hell? Yeah. I mean, we'll see if this can, I mean, can the dollar roar back into here? This is kind of an interesting thing. Like, I could see the dollar getting wrecked up here just as much as I could see it trying to blow through. Oof, my neck. Cuando menos quiero llegar tú. Whoa, that guy got saved. Woo! He got saved. I forgot. What happened yesterday and today? Man, that guy really got, maybe he got liquidated again. Or maybe he got, no. There's this one thing that in Vertigo came in talking about this guy on Reddit. He might actually be fine. We'll have to see, though. This looks pretty nice, though. Isn't there supposed to be something here? Do I agree? Ooh, a video? Nice. Ah, dang it. I have to frickin' call it. It's not yours, but let me see. AMD boy.
I'm going to take on Marathon Digital and where I think it could be going today.
Whoa, man. What's with the deep voice? Is this a challenge? Is this a challenge? We going deep voice mode here? I got the deepest voice, I thought. Your voice might be deeper than mine, damn.
To my surprise, Bitcoin pumped up finally and got over 20,000. I've been watching Bitcoin like a hawk the last couple.
Yeah, you gotta hear yourself, right? Yeah, you gotta hear yourself. When was this date? Is this recent? Oh, September 27th. Nice.
Couple weeks. predicts, and as you can see on this chart, on the 2-hour, that Bitcoin has been struggling to get over.
Because I'm not just gonna randomly upvote it. It has to be. It has to. I mean, first of all, he's got the whatever, the like whole trend line things or whatever, which I've seen before, and I like. So it's. I already have a feeling I'm not gonna disagree with most of this stuff. I don't like the one thing I don't like about these is they're a little bit lagging sometimes. But that's only if you use it on their own. So.
It was even under.
So I already have a feeling I'm not gonna disagree with.
Right now, on September 27th at 7:08 a.m.
Oh well, I already know what date this is. Yeah, I remember this. This is what talking about that initial MAR position. I remember this one. I didn't like it here. The next day it looked really nice, and the day after it looked really nice also as well.
Want you guys to leave a comment? Let me know.
Here you go. Give 2. We'll do comment below. There we go. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, I like it. Like I said, I think the next day was the better way, but the better day. But it's still good. One day off isn't that bad. It's risky, but it's not bad. Consume. What are we doing? We just sitting here all day, yeah. We got about 9 minutes left. That puts us at what? 12? And then we have 2 hours till 2. Okay. Just trying to think about what they're doing. Because if we start at 1 minute above, my one issue is if we start at 1 hour above here, because we're coming up to the 1 hour again. If we start at 1 hour above here, it's going to want to try to push up. And we're not going to see a 4 hour switch over until 2:01. So that gives us 1 hour, and we're going to hit this like right away. But maybe that's not a bad thing to hit it right away. I mean, it doesn't really change much about the 4 hour. Like, none of this changes anything about the bond being on the 4 hour. This will be interesting to see, though. I really don't feel like waiting all this time. 2 hours. Wait for a 4 hour switch feels like a really long time. 146.79. Wow. Let me start the day. There. Pumped up, came down, pushed up. Is the dollar moving up also? Oh, that's practically it. Should have hit it in a second, but let's see. Interesting. Definitely interesting to see. The dollar pushing up. I don't usually look at the dollar and care, but it's kind of interesting seeing The dollar pushed up and the market's pushing up at the same time. Interesting. 9:10? What was this? Ten 10:25. So I hit it at what, 10:25? It was 10:25 for today. Interesting. It's 10:25. Interesting. The most interesting thing I find about this is like, so we got like relative like resistance. Like, I mean, I guess we have something on the 15, but from like a sizable time frame, we have this come back to the 2 hour here. So it was at like 10:20, whatever, 10:25, and you kind of see the market turn around at that same time. I don't remember what I was going to say that was interesting. I find it most interesting though. I guess that's what, well, yeah, that's super interesting. So like the market opens, when does the market push up again? Is it the first? So like the first 15 minutes and then the first like 15 minutes and then somewhere in, let's see, where is this? So we open 5, 10, 1, 2, peak at 45. So the first 15 minutes we peak. Oh, does that mean, is that what this is? Yeah, it's just so odd. Like this was like super weird too. I guess, like, right, we're peaking on the market at 45, but we also got the VIX moving up. I don't think it's anything like huge, but it's still just like kind of weird. I don't know. It's nothing special, nothing amazing. I don't think it's anything of any merit whatsoever at all. But see if they can actually fight for this. They have what, 4? I'm not looking at. I'm so used to looking at NDQ. Boy, man, they got super striked. What'd they go to? Oh, 4.9. Interesting. I mean, there's still 4 minutes left. I don't want to play some Overwatch, to be honest. I don't know if I'll be able to get on though. That's my first thought right now. The game takes like effing 15 to 20 minutes just to get in. It took me 10, I think it was 10 minutes to get in the morning. Like I tried to log in, and then I like left and came back, I think like 3-4 minutes later, and it was still waiting. So I just assumed it was like 10 minutes. Because I came back 5 minutes after that and I was in. But 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern, 6 o'clock Western, I'm trying to get in. And I can't get, like, it takes me 5-10 minutes just to get in. So, God forbid, I try to get in right now and it takes me like 30 minutes. We gonna start on top or are we gonna start under? What are they doing here? We gonna start here or we gonna start here? Or are they gonna do a stupid ass crap or stupid thing and have it like end all the way down here or something? I will say though, on the 4 hour, I mean, it is quite a bit close, even though it's not a touch whatsoever. We still have 2 hours and like 3 minutes left for the next four. Jeez, man, Persifying, you don't have to get out of your whole position at the top. Jesus Christ, man, take it easy, dude. Really pushing this down. Just because it hits your target doesn't mean you have to have the whole thing sell down, okay? I mean, Jesus Christ. I don't know if I mean it could be seen from a bunch of different places, but still, I don't know. You got some if it's you with the Billy Capital or if it's somebody on your team, but jeez. Like, jeez. I mean, they could at least have it. Maybe they just want to fight here for the 4 hour. That's kind of what I feel like when I see this get pushed down so much. We'll see. Like, with these things, I usually feel like the worst thing we could have is just right under. Well, I think he was 2 off. I don't remember what his was. I think it's like $2 off. But that's about as close as you can get, right? Or that's as close as you want to get. Right? Like if your target is 10, you sell at 9.95 or 9.9 or 9.5, right? Though I am quite a bit surprised by the amount of selling down since it got there. It makes me think there's a decent chance that it might want to just push back up. I don't know though. Like earlier when we had the 4 hour, one big difference is like we started over here and then pushed down. So it's like we either fall off a cliff with no rejection on like overselling. Excuse me. And it looks like there's a decent chance to push back up. Now we already have a pretty high target here. But this does keep, in my opinion, this does. My biggest concern with this before is, let's say we get a 1 hour that starts above here. It's the same thing. It's like we have another 2 hours before the 4 hours. So if we start up here, now we're going to get more pressure upwards, and then we're actually going to hit the target. And then hitting the target in around with 50% of the duration left, and most likely we'll kind of get pushed back down. There's still another 1 hour. So it's kind of onerous. So like, let's see. So in a sense, if we start the 1 hour up here, it gets us to push up here. Most likely it'll get pushed back down for several reasons. But the 4 hour needs to start slightly above here, and then the issue becomes, okay, we hit the 4 hour, and then start at 1 hour right under here, then it gets pushed down, and then we're looking at 12-1, so we have a bearish candle on the 1 hour, right? And then 2 is when it switches over, so the chance that we would end up here or start up here is like really, really low. So with this big sell down, I do think it gives it a little bit more of a chance to be able to do that. And then from the one nice perspective too as well, it is a little bit farther down than it needs to be from the 30, so we might be able to just see this come back up. I think from that perspective, it's a lot nicer. If that's what they're trying to do, I definitely think it's a lot nicer, but it's only if that's what they're trying to do. So, no scalper cares, no like day trader cares. So, like it has to be like a longer term thing, or someone trying to play on that 4 hour. Oh my god. Tired again. Maybe I'm just getting old. Well, I know I'm getting older anyway, but it's kind of crazy to think I'm 30. It's not that old. It's like when I say like I'm getting older, I'm not really that old at all. My head. Could be like a sinus thing too. Oh man. Whew. I mean, there's no targets around for half the stuff I have. The 30s. Where's the 30 in Moldova? This is the 15. I was like, wait, what the hell? Apple looks so bad. There's no relevant time frames down here, or up here, to say like, hey, like 100%. This is super bearish. It looks so horrible though, but there's no time frame to say like, hey, we have to go down. Just let it drop or something. The diversifying thing is, I don't know. We'll see. Because I don't. He didn't put anything else after, so I'm not sure if the idea is for it to go down at all after or not. Like I see a chance. Like when I look at Nasdaq, I see it to like 2, or at least trying on the next like 30 and the 1 to do something to recover. So I'm not sure if he thinks it's going to go down next. I'd be interested. If you're still in here, what do you think? Or we think we're going to fall through here? Apple looks bad, but for the Nasdaq, I don't like specifically see a reason. But straight up, I kind of have a hard time feeling like when I look at this looks bad. I don't know. I'm not sure. He didn't have anything on the most recent one of it dropping, just so it going up there. My thing is like if Apple drops off a cliff here, I have a hard time seeing Nasdaq. So like on the Nasdaq, there's like a target down here. Oh my gosh. There's like something down here I could possibly see. I think on the 30 and maybe like something down here. This is like really low. So like this is what I keep in mind. The idea is the 4 hours up here. We haven't hit it yet. Getting the 1 hour is not possible, but we hit it and we started all the way down here. So from 1 hour perspective, we're like, I mean, it's not like oversold, but it's like pretty far down from where like a hard short would start initiating. And then from here, technically, not technically, but in a sense, like there is still a possible target up. I mean, if we break down, it looks like it's all the way to like 11.45. And that's why I'm a little like, on Apple, thinking Apple's going to drop. Because if Apple drops, I feel like this pulls down to 11.45. I mean, it's still possible, I guess, some sort of like down here, switch over, push back up, switch over. Well, this puts us at, what, 3? And then maybe we come back above 330, push back up through here and here. But that's what I would think if we dropped here. Otherwise, it's like... Otherwise, it makes more sense for it to just try to push back up and try to just fight in one of these areas and come back 12:30. And if this switched over at 1, I think it's a lot more of a chance that this could actually stay in this relative range. So... yeah. Today's what, Thursday? I really don't want to save this at all. I might just not even save the stream. Not like that, but like, I want to listen to copyrighted music. I'm going to be honest. I really want to listen to copyrighted music right now. Can I get a channel bot? Hope to close the week? I mean, we'll see what happens. There's like a couple different places, like more so based off Apple. Like one of the starting things is I think this is a lot more possible. One of the things with Nasdaq I'm pretty excited about from the scaling one is if we can get a day that starts above, what is this, 0, what's 7823, so 23, we're looking at 55. So 11,655, I'd like to start a day above here. I think this starts at 8 o'clock my time, or 12 UTC is when this switches over. So if we could see this here, I think this is a big impact on what we could have happen. Right now, we're kind of dealing with this. So far, I don't have any like specific. We'll see what happens, because a lot of this stuff I think looks pretty bad with us starting the day right here. I really didn't like it. What I was kind of hoping for at the end, I usually hope for two things. One, if we can start somewhere here in these areas where it's just under on the bottom side of it, like pretty close to the bottom side of it here. It was unfortunate. We could see blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to go into all the explanation of it because I've gone over it plenty of times. But I like to see it start here and then fail on successive time frames and push down, which is what we saw. I like when we enter a range or exit a range. So let's put it that way. So for here, this is my target. It's going to be 152.50, I think, is what it's going to be about next week. So if we could start 152.50, that would be great. Otherwise, the longer we take to hit 150 this 150 area, I think the better. And in that sense, I would like to see the week end somewhere around 142.65. That's where I'd like to see us end somewhere around here. That gives us this space that we haven't come back up to yet, even though we've come ridiculously close, which is really annoying. And then I'd like to start a week around 142.65, and I think it still looks decent for what it is in this area down here to be able to push back up. And then I'd have confidence if we start a day here to be able to push back up and properly attack this place, even though this is like probably going to be the most heavily shorted and the hardest to get through area right here. So from what we're doing right now, preferably, I don't think we're going to get to 152.50. Or we're going to get into a place where we can start next week at 152.50. So if we could end Apple at 151.50, somewhere around there, that would be pretty good. And then if we could just start up at 152.50, 152.60, I think that would be really nice. But I see that happening a lot less likely, and so that's why essentially I'd like to see us, we hit up here, come back down, let's start a new week up here if we need to. Let's come back down to here, and then, let's push up. This looks fairly strong for what it is, even though I don't want to see it come back down to that area. If we start a new week up here, I like the idea of coming back down and hitting this and bouncing. I do a lot more. I don't like it at all, but starting another week, I do like this. Whatchamacallit. But I think from here, we can push up and then properly attack this area and then try to end up there. But we'll see. Like I said, for the NASDAQ, we do have that one target on the day. And then we also have it on the 12-hour too. So we'll see them somewhat close, even though this is like 8-8. And I think the new day starts, the new days here starts at 10. So this is like on the short term for the NASDAQ. I'd like to see a 12-hour start above here. We'll see if that happens. In like the shorter term, I'd be looking for like the 1 and the 1 hour and the 4 hour. So we kind of got hit here hard. We came back up to it, got hit here hard. Everything looks pretty bad, but I mean I still think there's a chance. But the 4 hour to me looks the most reasonable. This is going to be coming down pretty hard, and this looks like it'll be pretty close. Like there's a lot of bad things. Like this will be somewhere around here, so the kind of issue is we're going to have this resistance here, and they could go for a lower high also as well. So this is going to look like a reason, even if we do switch over, to possibly sell it here again. And then here is when we're going to see the next 12-hour. So the chances of starting over it and this getting pushed down might be a little bit higher at that point, because this is where the 4 hour is going to be, and the 12-hour will be somewhere like here. So we'll see what happens with it. Overall, it's just everything keeps starting in a bad place. We either start too high or too low, and we still have a lot of open space here with something really strong. So I still have hope, but a lot of it's just really ugly. So a lot of it's like really, really ugly. We'll see what happens though. As usual, if we turn around, I'm not a huge fan, but like I think because there's nothing here, we can drop quick enough, and because of this, and just in general with the fib and the volume we've had here before, that we can get stopped here. So to me, I'd like to drop almost as quick as possible on this week. I think that's the best thing to do. Personally, it's just drop as quick as possible, or at least drop down to some of these areas and end Friday somewhere around here, and the next week somewhere around here, come back down here, and then push up. We'll see what happens. It's like here, I can show it from this perspective though. This is kind of more obvious. So if we look at this right here, 148.62, but we can even see in this 149, tops off somewhere around here, high 149, almost around 150. And so this is kind of my concern, is this big area, and it's like, let's not target it. So currently we're all the way down here. You know, we can just see a huge increase in volume in these areas, these spaces. Let me get off the month. It's a little bit better, I believe, but I'm not on the month. Anyway, so we can like see a little bit more in this area. Maybe it is all the same kind of stuff. Is this 255 bars? Huh. I don't know why it looks slightly different. Maybe it's because what we had yesterday might have added a lot more. It looks like we have a little bit more here. I'm going to be honest, this makes me a little bit sketchier about 142.65 if we do come down to it. Just a little bit. Yeah, it's all the same. I mean, I wasn't sure if it was going to like look different on the bars, but yeah. I don't know. I mean, everything else that I said still stands. The number one thing I feel here is a little bit sketchier if we do come back down. Like, this looks like a decent area, not like the volume here, but the idea if we do fall under 142 is definitely pretty sketchy. From a week time frame, yeah, from a week time frame, I still think it's okay, but this gets really, really, really sketchy. We're like, volume-wise, like we're off a cliff. There's not a lot down here. Yeah, I don't know at this point. And if we just push up, we're going to continue to push up into like the most heavily weighted area without really having any significant buying. A lot of it's just really ugly. All I can do is hope that, I don't know. I don't know what to hope for, to be honest. 140 coming back down here, not falling. So it looks ugly from a volume profile perspective, but coming back down and not falling through would be great. What's Neo doing you're talking about? Oh my god, my freaking. Let me do this, actually. Let me do this because my right hand's hurting. I have a mouse in my left hand. Can I use this? You gonna work? You gonna work? You gonna work, man? What are you doing? 2. You gonna work? There we go. Okay, I got a mouse in my left hand and in my right hand. Nice. So I can scroll with my left hand and I can move with my right hand. Okay. Yeah. Did Hang Seng Index get hit pretty hard? I don't even know why I have these lines here. That's why I always say label stuff. Clicking into the 138. Oh, you mean for Apple? I feel like the nice thing for Apple would be to see it, for me, is like, ultimately, I'd like to see it hit 122, but, I mean, the implications for the market are kind of sketch for that. I want to see everything drop, personally. I think that's, like, the best way, but I feel like Hang Seng dropped. I know that Hang Sang came back to support our resistance the other day. Where's the Hang Seng? It would be pretty important stuff for it to see if it can get back above this. I mean, it has time. I mean, it's overselling on the month time frames. We fell so much farther through it, so this isn't surprising, but this is where it's actually going to have to put work in. This is also a little bit concerning. Maybe somewhere by the 20th, mid-October. There we go. Alright. It's easier to see a bullish continuation if we go up from here. But then again, like I wouldn't really care about this. I would care if we started, well technically, I mean so I guess technically from this perspective, it's kind of like, in my opinion, it's kind of a gamble because it could drop, but if stuff drops, it's like super, super sketchy. So it's like here, and then here, but really from the one, there's not a lot. Like really, I feel like there's not a lot of possible gains without gambling at this point. Considering this is here, bottomed here, this is here, this is a lot more reasonable, especially after this getting sold from here all the way to here, switching over. This is a lot more reasonable. I don't know if people are going to keep messing with this target. Because the expectation to here is this, and then we start somewhere here, and then on the next 30 minute we start up here, and then we're able to fight for 1 whole hour in this area, and then end it right there. Seems like a lot. I don't think it's undoable though. But it's just a lot smaller ranges than before, and everything's already been hit once. Kind of interesting to see it'll be interesting to see where the weekends for the UK futures, or whatever, frickin' FTSE UK index, UK 100. Because I have to adjust. It's not the woodwork yet. I mean, total hell, this would have to end somewhere like 2% down from where it is right now. I mean, that would probably be in the market. The U.S. markets would have to drop super hard. I feel like that's kind of unlikely, right? Because they're going to be closed tomorrow before. Well, I guess technically they don't. That's a 24/7, right? That's not 24/7. It's 25. Yeah, what's up, trading official? I guess that's a whatchamacallit. It's not a whatchamacallit. It's a whatever. It's a 23.5 or whatever. No, not 23.5. 3 to 23, so 4 hours. So it's a 25. That's kind of weird. Open for 20 hours, 5 days a week. It's kind of weird, but it is foreign. It is foreign, so. We got this at 132, which will be interesting to see what happens. Obviously, this is NDQ as opposed to the other different exchange, as opposed to the other one. still. Do we keep pushing up? What's our next 4 hour here? 3 o'clock. That's a while from now. Man, this thing pushed up pretty early then. 11. I guess we have 2.5 hours. It's not a huge range though, even if it breaks in though. I feel like it's a pretty big deal though, if we do break in, as opposed to like when we broke out. I mean, there's this, but it's got to break through it still, right? I took a short at the top. You think I should take profit? What do you take a short on? Apple? What is it a short on? I'm about to take a break for like 5 minutes. I think the dog's back. Not positive. On Apple? I mean, currently I think there's a fairly decent chance that we kind of come back up. For me, the determining things are kind of like on these 4 hours. So one thing I would be careful about, it's kind of like up to you, right? But depending on when you want to hold, if you got it at the top, you could always look to re-enter in some places. We're a little bit overbought here. If we do start the next 1 hour above wherever this will be, this next 4 hour, what is it, 72, so 11.5, 5.2. I do think there's a decent chance that we can kind of push up here on the NASDAQ and some of these other ones. So that's kind of something to look for there as well. We're not going to see this one until 2 o'clock, so there's a 30-minute gap in between these two. I mean, I think there's a decent chance for this to try to push back up because it's oversold and try to hit into this area. So for what I'm looking for here is, like, I could see this coming back up to try to test, but at the same time, they could try to get it back up here. The ultimate, it's better that we got sold down here for if they're aiming for this on the 4 hour, which would be 2 o'clock. So long story short, if it is something that you held into, I would at least be careful until the next whatever, it's 1:30 my time and 2 o'clock my time. So like 5:30 and 6:30 UTC, just normal UTC time. That's when I would be most concerned about it reversing, like fully reversing on me. And just specifically from, there's not a lot I see on Apple specifically, or like at all where it is right now. And so I would treat this as a possible range of what we could continue and push up into. It was overbought quite a bit. It's been oversold in this first 4 hour, but we did start under, so there's this inherent weakness of it. If we do start under again, I do believe we'll attack these lower areas and have a decent chance of pushing down. Though maybe we'll see something like that that'll save it. But I think this is also like another decent entry point if you also weren't in. So it could be possible to get out now and then wait until this the first 4 hour of the day on the NDQ and just see what happens. You know, I don't think it's inherently like huge reason to get out now. It just kind of depends what you want to do with it. So, you know, like for the NASDAQ also, like from scaling perspective, I'd like to see a day start up here, so that could be another thing to watch out for, but we'd have to see. That's like I guess that's late at night and that's not actionable because you can't trade Apple then because then it's closed. But I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's amazing. I don't feel this super hard reason for the market to sell down until around like 1:30, maybe 4 o'clock, or 1:30 or 2 o'clock. The first 4 hour change and 30 minutes afterwards, just based off kind of looking at the NASDAQ on this other exchange. That's what I feel like anyway. So you could kind of look at it those ways. I don't think it's horrible to hold it. I just don't think there's anything like to say that we're going to go crazy up and crazy down. And a lot of this stuff has just been bought on the cliff. So, I mean, if you want to hold it, I think in that perspective, it's decent to what you call it. I would check this. We'll see what happens on the 1:30 change in an hour, and then at 2 o'clock. So, because those are the places if I was short, like at the top, that I would get out at. So, yeah, what's up, residents? Good to see you back. But those are the places that I would be weary of. So, so I think it wants to trend up personally more than it wants to trend down. But at like that 4 o'clock, technically we'll see at like because technically we'll see what time is it? 11. We'll see what can be done in. Let's see what happens in 30 minutes because we might not. This is going to put a little bit of a rut into it because one of the things I was thinking that I would have liked to have seen would have been whatchamacallit this, but ending here and then up into this. So there's only a couple minutes. There's only 1 minute left. The chance that this will be able to come up here and switch over seems a lot less likely right now. Not that it can't push up on the next stub. On the next 30-minute change because we haven't come back to that spot. But, whatchamacallit, it's just not as, like, strong, I guess, in a sense. So I do think there's going to be a little bit of weakness because of that we're not going to be able to meet that target here. Nothing changes about the 1:30, though. The 1:30 and the 2 o'clock being important spots. 1 o'clock could be something too as well, but I will have to see. I mean, it was under the assumption that we go here, switch over, switch over, start up, then we push back up into this area and try to end a 1 hour up here, which it still can try to do. It just has to do quite a bit more work than what I would have liked to have seen. I think this would have been the best. Strike this 1 hour up here. Just get it to switch over right here, and then there's like an hour. So even if it's oversold here, it starts in a nice place. So, even if it goes up too much, it can still have a decent chance. Like, gets sold back down, starts here, and that would look pretty decent to try to hold. So I think this looks a lot weaker than what it could possibly, but I don't see why we still can't trend up. It's just not going to be as strong, so I wouldn't be worrying nearly as much now. So we'll just kind of have to play it by ear. This would be the 1 o'clock switch that I'm talking about, and we can just kind of check it from here also as well, just to see it from this perspective. This is why I was talking about it. So it's not the best. We push up, boom, bounces, be in entry position. We're not moving anywhere, right? So just falls down the middle of the night. And it's the same thing. We can just see here. Overshoot, boom, boom. Just hit and fall. So starting above this would be the 1 o'clock or 101. And then the 130 would be something like the NASDAQ on here if it can hold up here. These would be things that I would be worried about if we see. If I was in a short. What is this? US 100? Oh my god. Okay, sweet. I always forget what things are. So that's what NASDAQ. Oh man, I have to close mine. I don't know what that price is in the bottom right. I have to move my my mouse. I really need to start using my left hand a lot more. So that's what, 11.4. I'm gonna check this real quick, and then I'm gonna see the dogs. With the dogs over. Is that 11.59? Definitely possible. When's the new day? New day starts there. 8. This is what, 7, 8. Definitely possible. There's some things that I think are a little bit sketchy depending if we can actually, like if we start down here, there's some implication I'm not a huge fan of, but if we do start this far down, it does make sense to at least come back up. Where is this? 11,656. I mean, yeah, and you're saying, okay, yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah, this makes sense to me. Yeah, this honestly, this line is probably almost exactly at 11,656. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Because this almost, for me, the way I look at this, that your times might be a little bit different than mine also as well. We'll see. But I think like the lower, because it looks like your current time is 7 o'clock right now. So you're ahead of me. But yeah, I kind of like this in a sense. I think the farther away we start from 656, yeah. I mean, because for me, this is what yours is saying, or this is what I see in similarities. Yours is like, okay, we start like the new day here, and then it's saying like we come up to the line, which I agree. And then I don't know if it goes up more than that, but yeah, I like that. It makes sense to me. It definitely makes sense to me. That's what I would expect because this overall trend still seems like it wants to push up, regardless of that we have the day time frame here. Just because we hit this, I don't think we necessarily want to push all the way down whatsoever at all. So yeah, I mean, I definitely think even though this thing is here, if we do start somewhere in this area, especially like kind of around where it is now or slightly higher than where it is now, I could definitely see it coming back up to that 11,656 area, or maybe a little bit lower, 11,6. What is this? Like maybe 11,63, 11,62, somewhere around here. But yeah, I definitely think that's. I like it. I'll be back in a second though. I'll be right back, or I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Oh, whoops. Let me keep this up. I'll be right back. What's going on? Ay. And I say, what's going on? Man, what a boring day. I want to stream, but I feel like it's the antithesis of the market is looking at something 24/7. Like time frame analysis and streaming just don't go hand in hand, is what it feels like. I mean, I don't see why not. Most of the resistance is up there. It would make sense for it to push up there. Consistently not starting above here is the biggest concern that I have. But, I mean, from a volume profile and any other perspective, like, yeah, all the resistance is up here. So it makes sense that we would come back to, like, the 150 range. I think 149.50 to, like, 150 range, something like that. So, I mean, probably get a better, like, signal at the 1:30 or 2 o'clock, more or less. So, we had some nice stuff the other day when it came to Apple. We got the 1 hour, we had something nice in Apple, and then we also had something nice also over here on NASDAQ as well. At the same time frame. They both pushed up at the same time. But NASDAQ does have that 4 hour. That's why I say 1:30 will be interesting, because I could see this getting bought up if it just starts around here around 4 o'clock. The wicks make it a little bit sketchy. So, but what's this, 11.5? Because what's the target up here? I just have to sit here. 11.552. Yeah, it's 11,552, and then within 30 minutes, we need to be above here. That's what I think, anyway. And we can push up. I think it wants to fight up anyway, so for it, I don't see why not. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty reasonable. Definitely looks really reasonable. For some reason I have FedEx in the middle of a bunch of cryptos. Not really sure why. Oh, that's because this is like the last section, I think. Never mind. I just randomly add stuff. That's what it is. Ooh, DYP is finally pushing up. That's pretty decent. I've looked at this in freaking forever. Doesn't exactly look the best, but definitely doesn't exactly look the best. Probably other cryptos look better. A short play for it? I can check. Most likely not until, we'll see. I mean, if the market doesn't push down, well, we'll check the Exxon before I say anything. I don't want to. Goddamn rice is trying to kill me. Let's see. I feel like I choked on rice yesterday too. Oh. Well, that's kind of fortunate. ExxonMobil started the month right above its okay. That's pretty fortunate. They pushed it up 3% in after hours in pre-market. How much is this up? Wow, that's pretty straightforward. One of those things, though, is like if you don't see it, you don't see it. Anything else is going on here? This is nice, but this is forever ago in January. I mean, this kind of gets to what I was saying before, like, maybe it's shortable. I mean, I think this is about the best this month could have started off. And on top of that, it pushed down to support before pushing up, it looks like. Which is like, wow. That's pretty fortunate. So anyway, I'll get to what I was going to say earlier. Pretty much, if I wanted to short ExxonMobil up here, which this thing could just go effing wild, I would have to do it if Apple gets to like 150, 151. If like we just keep pushing up this week and we get up there, then maybe. My biggest issue about this is just where oil is and what oil's done. It happens, you know what I mean? So, like, it reminds me of the VIX on, you know, it reminds me of the VIX over here, and then here, September 12th and September 13th. I don't know. I feel like people try to pick these places specifically at times, or maybe I don't know. It just feels like they're targeted too much here and there. But whoops. There's like some fruit fly or something around here. But my biggest issue is like oil has a lot of potential. No matter how much I want to see this come back down, we've essentially on oil anyway, and even though these are like somewhat weak for how they've started, it doesn't mean they can't push up. But we pushed under and had an extension down on the month, then we switched over. So even though it's under, we do have this under, so this isn't surprising. On the week, it's a similar kind of thing, but we can see this reversal here also as well. So like my kind of issue is if I wanted to short ExxonMobil, the safest way to do it probably would be, it's a little risky if we do come back under here, because they could just find support here. I think if oil drops back under 80, that might be the safest place to really do it. That's what I would think. And for me, it kind of depends what goes on for some of these. We have a weak push up. We started in a somewhat weak place, even though the candle before it was nice, similar to the month, what happened right before it. This is like the defining thing for the new week and the new month. So we could want to push back down from these areas when we switch over, at least on the week, which we'll see next week. But personally, I'd like to see it under everything. Everything's all around here. I would like to see it under here. Until then, I mean, ExxonMobil's a beast. Like, based off of oil, ExxonMobil's a beast. I believe, anyway, based off of oil and what oil could do. So, because I mean, this is pretty wild stuff. Even just getting rid of these, and I mean, we pretty much came above, came right down, switched right above, and we're just pushing up. I think it's overbought too. I think both of them are overbought, but I also think I think they're a reasonable. I would say, like, just looking at it, I think it's overbought. But from the month time frame, I can see why it seems reasonable to buy it up that much. And even from there, I could still, like, if the market goes up, ExxonMobil is going to keep pushing up. That's how I kind of look at it. And I think that's kind of the issue with a lot of commodities anyway, in my opinion, is if the market goes and pushes back up, a lot of these commodities are going to push back up because everyone's just like, oh, is it a recession? Is it not a recession? Is it a recession? Is it not a recession? You know, it's like, are we going down? Are we not? So we keep having these, like, big volatile moves, which is why I'm worried just in general if the market did continue to push back up because easily I think, I mean, I've even seen articles saying the same stuff. How I think easily by year end we could see, or in like 2 months, almost year end, but how we could easily see like $100 oil. So, you know, that's kind of my concern. It's overbought, but it has like a nice, it had a nice starting place on the month, arguably as good as it could have gotten. Oil looks a little weak, but so does Apple and the other stuff. But if it doesn't come down to test, then it could still go up. I mean, even if this does come back down, there's nothing to say that this can't find support somewhere around here and then just continue pushing up. So I think it's oil's a lot more bullish than I think it is bearish. In the future projections, and there's a bunch of other fundamental stuff I think that's pretty important about it too. Like I've seen a couple articles mention, like nothing is going as good for now. Like there's all that OPEC crap going on, so I just feel like it's at the end of the day, I just feel like it's a lot more difficult trying to short it, even though standard it looks like it's overbought. Okay, what is this? There's a tweet here by Zero Hedge. Let's see. The administration has made it clear to OPEC Plus for months, the senior U.S. official said, that the U.S. is willing to buy OPEC's oil to replenish the whatever petroleum reserves, whatever the strategic petroleum, or like, right, I'm pretty sure it's strategic petroleum reserves. The idea has been to convey to OPEC Plus that the U.S. won't leave them hanging dry if they invest money in production, the official said, and therefore that prices won't collapse if global demand decreases. What are they saying? So shocking that OPEC's already through the Biden admin's idiotic idea that it will somehow fund OPEC capital spending if only OPEC ignores its own best interest and helps. Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. So, I mean, when we really look at it in context of where this stuff was, this is the other thing I keep saying again and again, is like, anyone with half a brain that looks at this stuff, there's probably like a EMA 200 here also as well. Oh, this is something else, right? But there's probably like a EMA 200 cutting through here and all this other crap. Like, why would no one want it to really fall into this area? This is not a good area to fall into. To me, everything that they said is not surprising. The market turning around isn't surprising. Because everything just, right, we were talking about this last week, everything just falls off an effing cliff. And so many currencies are screwed and blah, 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 and X, Y, Z. So it's like, for them to increase oil production, like, the Biden admin is essentially, when we look at it like this, even if we ignore, like, the month or the weeks down here, if we essentially look at it like this, they're essentially saying, hey, just let the price drop off a cliff because this is essentially our ultimate range. And so these are the ranges that we're messing with. So they're saying, hey, let oil fall off a cliff and we'll buy it. Increase production, we'll buy the oil, and we'll make sure, like, not just that it won't fall off a cliff because it's already off a cliff. So they're saying, let it fall off a cliff. And then they're saying, not that they'll maintain it, essentially, they'll have to get it pushed all the way back up. There's no way. There's no way that, there's just no way. Like, who's going to do that? Who's going to let, if you're oil producing countries, who's going to want oil to fall off a cliff and say, like, oh yeah, I trust the United States? Like, I mean, I said the same thing the other week. Like, the only reason I trust the United States is because I'm a United States citizen. I don't really trust the government, to be honest, whatsoever. But I'm a U.S. citizen, so I trust that they'll treat me better than they treat other foreigners. But I have like zero faith in most of our government when it comes to a lot of things that actually matter. And when it comes to like politics or like foreign politics, I don't trust the United States at all to do the right thing or to do what would be seen as kind of like morally right. You know, like it's the United States, right? I mean, America's a much better country than a lot of other places, but if you're not an American, there's no real reason to like America. The American government, right? Not talking about like the American people so much as opposed to the government itself, you know. So buying Ammon's dumb as heck anyway. So, and that's just gonna push inflation. Like it's a catch-22. If the market pushes up because everything's just just shooting in one direction or the other, the market pushes up, commodities and everything just shoots the heck up, right? Gold, silver, any other commodities, wheat, grain, all that kind of stuff, oil. Now, used stuff like cars, maybe not. I don't care about used cars, though. I don't care about finished goods. I don't think most people care about finished goods in these times. It's about the base good itself. So I think the value of base goods is just going to go up, and then when those go up, then obviously inflation goes up because those prices are rising, and then it's like, well, we got to raise rates to fight that, and so we'll see what happens. The Fed could pivot, but if the Fed pivots, they're going to pivot and then almost pivot right back. So we'll see what happens. That's how I currently feel, depending on how much we go up. It really depends. People aren't going to stand up, so it doesn't really matter. I'll be dead way before then, so I'm not really too concerned about a one world government, so I'm not really worried. But like the issue is that most people aren't educated enough and most people aren't trained. You have to be trained to want to study and learn. And most people just either they have like a bad family or they, a lot of people's brains can be messed up. When you have a dysfunctional family and you're growing up as a kid, and especially when you can't exert control, you're going to express a lot of ideas and you're going to have a lot of brain issues when you grow up. Your brain's not going to develop properly under that kind of stress. That's one big issue. Also, you have everything like the ADD kind of stuff going on where you have just short clips for everything. Everyone wants something immediately. Like, people are being trained to be dysfunctional, so it'll pretty much never happen. And people can say, hey, I don't like it, but you always need someone to lead people. And these people won't be able to choose proper leaders. Like, that's one of the biggest issues. You have a stable civilization, or at least enough of what you need to provide this, the base support for to create these systems or uphold them. And then in a couple generations, it's all gone. It is sad. Like I said, people are trained to be stupid. They're trained to either be dumb or, more importantly, not want to be smart or quick-witted. I think, to me, that's the biggest issue. And it's like people have to want to care. It's tough to make somebody care. If somebody doesn't care, that's the biggest issue. Like, you look at these things and you see that the world's messed up and that there's people controlling things or trying to move it in their direction, which makes perfect sense. But the big issue is, it isn't that people don't know it. That's not the issue. The issue is that you show it to them and they don't want to learn it. They don't want to be any part of it. They just want their own little plot. They're just fine doing what they're doing. You know, like, they've accepted not only mediocrity, but they've accepted not pushing themselves out there. And, like, I get that, but you can't. That's not the way to push things forward. Even when you have kids, you have to be willing to fight for something. You know. So, I mean, I'm not blaming people like, oh, you have kids, you don't want to. I'm not saying go out and get yourself killed, but, like, you still have to be vocal. But it's tough nowadays, especially when you have a family. Especially when you say something that's not popular, and a popular opinion, especially when most people don't care about stuff. A bad news story or something comes out about you, like some sort of hit piece, anything like that. You know, when you try to attack any sort of establishment or any established figure or anything like that, and you can lose your job. You know, you're not killed, but how do you support your family? How do you pay your bills, right? And now your family, your house gets foreclosed on. Maybe you can find another job depending on, you know, how badly they did a hit piece on you or what it was that you said. You know, like, especially when it comes to, like, trans rights or trans issues, a lot of people can lose their job talking out against that stuff depending on where they work. Like, regardless of whatever my opinion is on it, you know, it's one of those issues, right, that you just can't really talk out about, you can't really speak up about, and it's like a different way of killing people in a sense. You kill someone financially nowadays, you know, you might as well kill them, right? You might as well write them off. It's not killing them, but it's another form of murder in a sense, you know. So, yeah, right, you have family, you have kids, you can't take care of your family, you can't take care of your kids, maybe you start turning to drinking, you don't have the same stuff, life's not as easy, it's hard to go from living in a house and having AC to maybe living in a car, living in apartments or hotels here and there, trying to figure out what's going on, explain to your kids what's happening, you know. So, it's just one of those things. It's a sad thing to see, but they had a headline on Bloomberg again. It was political allegiance 19%. Political allegiance has a 19% effect on employee promotion to office. Yeah, I mean, but it's always been like that. I feel like, well, not political. I mean, it kind of has in a sense. It really depends what we look at as politics. When we really understand, and like, yeah, this is like the Andrew Breitbart thing where it's like, oh, politics is downstream from culture. I mean, politics it's like that, but it's even more. Politics is everything. It is everything. Because you can say politics is just, oh, getting elected and saying stuff, but then the elected people pass laws. They essentially dictate what your taxes are going to be, what education essentially is going to go on, who gets funding, where all types of money go, what type of programs can or can't be created, you know, like who's the not the police chief. I think what is it that they like judges are elected also as well, but there's also like police positions that are elected. I think like the sheriff is elected also as well. You know, so politics might not be everything, but the people that get politically elected choose everything. So for people to not understand that politics is everything, and no matter whether you want to engage in a debate about abortion or not, abortion is not politics. You know what I mean? That's just one small facet of it. And I think a lot of people don't understand that, and it's kind of a shame. But at the same time, people are trained and told politics is this and that. They aren't told what politics really is about, and so they don't care. They think if they're one-issue voters and they just do their thing and raise their kids how they want, things will turn out fine. But no one lives in a vacuum, and that's kind of the thing. Well, local government's arguably the most important thing. The biggest whoosh to this whole last 6-7 years, even slightly before Trump got in, when Obama was in office, the biggest thing is I remember seeing it all the time. I used to watch MSNBC with my dad a long time ago. He's not a big he's more liberal than anything, but he's like old school, kind of liberal. But it's one of those things where I remember telling them like it's so crazy that they're getting people more involved in politics, but federal politics. Federal politics don't really matter. Local politics are the most important thing. Federal politics do matter, but for a lot of people's daily lives, it's like you said, it's the local government that matters. You want to tell people their vote doesn't count? Oh, there's plenty of local elections and state local elections where these people win by like 30 to 100 votes. You know, federally in federal elections, sure, your vote doesn't matter. You're in a blue state, you're in a blue state. But when it comes to like not federal stuff, not everybody votes for. There's plenty of people that for Biden, for example. There's plenty of people that voted for Biden, I believe, that didn't also vote down ballot. Not everybody does down ballot, where they'll do Republican, right? Or they'll do Democrat. Not everybody does that. And it's like a lot of the private prison stuff. I can't remember their name. Private prison legislation. Okay, what's that private? There's private prison legislation. What are they? Lobby group. Let me see. But a lot of these lobbyists who will act on like a local level to get things changed. I don't know if I can find it. I see something that says Core Civic, but it's not the group. There's some group that's done like a lot of lobbying for private prisons. If I saw their name, I'd remember it, but I just don't remember what the name of the place is. But a lot of this stuff is all on the local level. But people don't understand that. It's a sleight of hand with the federal government stuff. They have you looking over here, and you're like, Donald Trump or Joe Biden, yeah, we're going to take down the Democrats, we're going to take down the Republicans. And then you really look into it, a lot of them are doing the same kind of crap. They're both gerrymandering, they're both doing their own thing. You know, one group might be having, one group might have the other might be more like abusive, like whatever. I'm not going to get into all that stuff because it comes off weird. But, both sides have issues. Both sides have issues when you really get down into it. But they try to give everyone this eagle-eye view of everything. But the thing is that, like, that's great that you can see everything. Or, like, well, maybe it's not an eagle-eye view in that sense. Like, I don't know, because you could put this either way, right? It's not even like an eagle-eye view. It's almost like you're up like at the altitude of a plane. Like, yeah, you can see everything going on. Yeah, wings of the same eagle. It's like you can see everything going on, but you can't see what's actually going on up there, right? Like, you can see everything from a distance, but nothing seems realistic. Like when you're in a plane, right? You can see kind of cars here, but you don't know actually that people are driving in them. You see buildings, you don't know if people are in them. You don't really know what's going on. So they give everyone such a high-level view of everything, and they never really get down to the core of it. And everybody's just like, I know politics, I'm involved, I listen to whatever. No idea about local politics, no idea about actual politics, no idea about like the founding fathers or the government or how anything was set up. No idea about, like, politics is everything. Like, and people get thrown into it, especially at a young age, being told they can make a difference. And nothing has been more true than when as a child, you probably saw it too. I don't know if it's you probably saw it too when you were a kid, but the running theme of be careful what you wish for, You remember that when you were younger? And like a lot of cartoons, a lot of shows, a lot of tales would always be about be careful what you wish for. It's like I want to be, I don't know, it's like one of those things. It's like I want to be the richest person in the world and you get killed by your money or something. It falls on top of you. Or, You know, it's like I want everybody to love me, and it's like people love you so much that they, I don't know, they kidnap you or they kill you or whatever, stalk you, right? It's like, you know, everything's such a fine line and a balance, and people are thrown into it without fully understanding how these things work, and it's so dangerous. It really, really, I think it really, really is dangerous. Like you have to know a lot of things, or at least have a base idea, and you don't make a lot of decisions as like the president or the governor. You're just the final call. You know, as a leader, your decision is who do you defer to. You know, that's the most important decision that someone can make, because as a leader, the only choices you have are those that you're presented with. You know, you can't know like wastewater management, you can't know combat, and even if you do, even if you're a general, if you're not getting updated, you only have a decent idea about what's going on. So it's just, you know, you need not just knowledge of something, but you need constant updates and constant information. And who gives you those updates? Who presents these ideas? Who presents the information? Um, you know, so it's such a complex thing of so many moving parts, and a lot of people don't understand the structure of it, and they attack politics in the wrong way, not understanding these things. You know, and it's like another interesting thing is people will say like, oh, eat the rich or screw the rich, but it's like if you look at a lot of revolutions throughout the years, it's not rich people per se, but it's usually upper middle class people that that lead these revolutions. So it just kind of is what it is. But like thinking's a skill, and if people aren't good at it, they don't like to. Generally, people won't do it because they're not good at it. Some people, um, like me, I like to figure stuff out, so I'm naturally predisposed to looking for things and trying to figure things out and questioning myself constantly. So even if I'm not a smart person or like a good thinker, I've spent so much time doing this because I naturally like to do these things, right? Like you can like to study, and you're going to be probably super smart when you get older, even if you're not the most wittiest whatever person, genetically or whatever from birth. If things don't just click, eventually they will, because you have a predisposition for one reason or another that leads you towards, you know, continually educating or doing something or one of these activities, you know, kind of in that sense. So we'll see what happens with all this kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I see it. And that's like the tough part, right? Because a lot of people aren't made for that, and a lot of people don't deserve or shouldn't have the right to, their vote shouldn't matter as much. But it's hard to say who and who specifically when you have people that, it's hard to say someone's a bad person when things were set up in their environment or their life so that they were set to fail. It's hard to judge anybody when it's really not because of them so much as the environment that they were forcibly exposed to, in a sense. And I think that's like one of the most difficult things, and why I could never cast judgment on people for that reason. You know, it's not people's fault. It's not my fault that I was like I was whatchamacallit. It's not my fault that I had like emotional issues or whatever as a kid, or I get violent here and there every once in a while and stuff like that. You know, when you're in certain environments, you're set up to fail. There's not enough Big Brother programs. It's all about people consuming. It's not about building, and you know, it just kind of is. It really just purely is what it is. It is what it is. And I don't blame people for shooting people or killing people. I could have been one of those people too if I grew up in a different environment and you gave me a gun. In certain environments, maybe not in this life, but if I grew up in a different place and I was still me, genetically, then yeah, I definitely think I might be in jail right now. I definitely do. You know, so it's just one of those things. And I've helped a lot of people throughout my life. I've saved people's lives, but I think the environmental component plays a huge factor nowadays that arguably overwrites a lot of the natural component. Because most people don't have to be geniuses to live in the environment, to live in a society. You know, on app. What's on app? Hey, what's up too? Yeah, I see they're trying to move, so I mean I still think they have a decent chance until, like I said, until that 130 we'll see then, and then over at 140. I think this is all they need to maintain. If we look at like the NDQ, this is more or less all that needs to be maintained. I'm not a big fan of the wick up and the wick up, but we do have a nice wick down, so I think it's 1152, so it's like $8. Oh, you said you're on the app. Okay, my bad. Yo, what's up, man? I understand what you're saying now. I didn't know what you meant. I didn't know what you meant. Wait, can you watch this from the app? Is that possible? I thought you couldn't watch this from the application. I'm actually a little intrigued. I don't know. I'm a little dubious about that, but I might have to. Let me see. Google. What am I doing? Google what? Play Store. I don't see an update for it. I don't know. I don't think I. Maybe. Oh yeah, maybe Apple or something like that. Yeah, you're right. Maybe. Anyway, we got what, another 14 minutes left. We'll kind of see what happens here because we got this. I mean, we'll see. Usually, looking at the NDQ, it's pretty straightforward with what it's been so far. Like with our entry points on Apple and the NDQ lining up the other day. We'll see what happens here with the 4 hour. And then what, NASDAQ technically around 4. I mean, it looks a lot harder for this. We could still possibly see it, but it looks a lot harder if we can't hold 150, 1152 on the 4 hour switch. The 4 hour for this, which would be 201, would be all the way up here at 11624. So it's like another $70 up. So it's definitely a little bit more up if we can't hit the first target. It seems a little bit less likely. So, but where it is right now is more than fine enough. Like I said, it just has to be at 11552 to look decent, or at least to not look horrible, which might just be enough, really. It definitely, like that itself could just be enough. We're the people of the world. Blah 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 blah. Oh, maybe he means the desktop app, because you can watch it from the desktop app, right? I mean, anyone can watch it from the desktop app. I mean, I'm on the desktop app. I think I was thinking mobile app, maybe that's what it was. It's possible another push-up. I mean, I think if they can hold it here, it has a pretty decent chance. So, especially if they can hold it here on the 4 hour switch, and then at 201, if we can push up that 70 cents and have 11,624 or whatever. Whatchamacallit? It's a pretty decent thing. So I don't know if it needs to move too much personally. And that's just kind of going off the NASDAQ, so we'll kind of see. Because we also do have, what, the 12 is all the way down here, which gives us a decent chance to at least not drop through or whatever. I think if we fail some of these, this might be a little bit harder to obtain by 6 o'clock. And then the other stuff would give us some price action up here, which could give us to switch over and try to push up. And then we also do have like the day time frame, which tomorrow is going to be at what, 7816. So this will be at 1623, and we'll see that right there. So I think that would be really nice for what it is. I'd like to see it in that manner if possible. So we'll just kind of have to see. We're the people of the world. Bitcoin's just like, bro, do your thing so I can choose which way I want to go. This thing is like just sitting up here. It's wild, actually. I don't think this means anything. personally. I don't think this means it's going up. I don't think this means it's going down. It's like literally just like there's no, I don't know, maybe. Feels like there's not a lot of reasoning to it. So I don't blame anybody though for not wanting to buy it up through here. I really don't. Not that it won't go up, but like I mean, getting in and then pushing it or helping push through a certain place are two different things, right? Definitely two different things. Looks like yeah, struggling a little bit. Interesting. Well, that's a 4 hour. That'll take till 3. So that's something else. We'll see. Get it to like 1:30. I might head out early today, around like 2:15, 2:30 maybe. I'll play some Overwatch. Honestly, like I said before, I probably won't be able to even get on. It's just so frustrating. It takes so long to get on. And then once you get on, you can get DC'd and kicked out. And I haven't even played any competitive games yet because you can get kicked out of your competitive game. And I don't want to get losses in competitive games because frickin' I DC'd. It's just so stupid. I got on, the first time I got on, I was like, yeah, I got on. I logged in to get on the Asian servers. And I was like, yeah, I got on. Because it was like, at that time, it was like 5 in the morning there, I guess, in Asia. And I got on. I looked at some of the new stuff they had. And then within, I think, 30 seconds, I got kicked out to the menu again. Huh? Warcraft? Oh, yeah, they have that Warcraft thing out, too. I haven't played that. I can't play World of Warcraft anymore. It just demands too much of my time and continuous time. Warcraft's on the computer. I don't think I can stream it with my PC, I'm gonna be honest. So you wouldn't want me to stream it anyway. It's trust me, you wouldn't want me to stream it anyway. It's I look around a lot. Like I play support, but I look around a lot. So it's like it's one of the, I don't know, to be honest, I don't know how other people can really watch it either. It's Overwatch 2 that just came out. So I just wanted to play it. I like it. Be like the stock. But it's Overwatch 2. I played World of Warcraft Classic, or I played Vanilla, the original. I played Burning Crusade, and then I played Wrath of the Lich King. I played a month of the Cataclysm expansion in 2011. I quit within a month because it was the same crap. Then I played another one for 2 weeks, and then I quit because it was the same crap. My big issue is, like, I put a lot of time into it. Yeah, Overwatch 2. My big issue is with World of Warcraft is that I could play a game, but I can't play a game when the developers are calling me, excuse my language, but a bitch. And that's what the developers or the people that were designing the game were calling me. Just a little B word, a little piece of crap, just trash. That's what they called me every single day. The problems they had to fix were obvious. They weren't hard to do. But they didn't want to do it because if they do it every single time, what they wanted to do is we'll wait till a new expansion and we'll say it's a new feature or we fix this. And then you have a problem for months and months and months and months. It's so horrible. The balancing was trash. It was all crap. It was just so dumb. So dumb. And I couldn't deal with that, you know? I can't deal playing a game that they're intentionally not going to improve, that they're going to leave like trash, but they're going to design to where if you want to play it, you have to play every single day. You have to be engaged. And that's fine, but like I'm not going to be, that's like being in a relationship with a girlfriend that wants you to take her out on dates and stuff that isn't going to give you sex. It's like, well, what the hell are you doing? Or even her time or her affection, right? It was World of Warcraft. It was World of Warcraft, so. But it's just, I was just done with it, you know. That's pretty cool. It's just too much time, though. I was pretty high up back in Burning Crusade, but I just spent way too much time back then. Way too much time. I had access to like 8 to 10 accounts. I played on other people's accounts. I did arena on other people's accounts also. I raided I had another character, someone else quit, so I played on his character. And I did high-end rating on that. It was just too much. It just wasn't worth it. And especially the people that played. This one dude threatened to kill me when I was like 14. I remember crying. I was like, and not because like he threatened to kill me, because like I put so much time into the game. But this dude frickin' threatens to kill me because he pretty much comes in and he's the guild leader, and I work my butt off for this guy. And so I'll give you more context in a second. This is a guy that was the raid leader. He wasn't that good. Everybody knew he wasn't that good. He got Grand Marshal in PvE. He lost his wife and his kid to get it because he was that addicted to it. But there were 2 women, both healers in the guild. One a priest, I think, the other a paladin. He was drunk one night, and he came on, and he pretty much said to everybody that they're both sucking his penis. Right? And it's like so he pretty much comes on and says, "Yeah, they're both sucking my dick." Yeah. And he says that to the whole guild while we're in a raid or something like that or whatever. And the word spreads. I didn't say anything. The word spread. And one of these women come to me, and like I'm talking to him, or I'm talking to her, and this dude's like 40 at the time, and these women are at least like 39 to 42, at least in that age range. I remember both their names. One was Seductress, and the other one was Demoira, I think was the other one's name. I remember Seductress because people would call her Suckductress after that. But Seductress comes, she talks to me. I'm 14. She's like some 40-year-old woman, or like late 30-year-old woman. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound like he was a nice guy if he's gonna, cheat on you or say that he's, or come on and say, yeah, they're both sucking my D. And I don't know what she went and she told this guy, but I believe she went and told him like, oh, I said all this stuff and that and that. I didn't say anything. And then I get kicked out of the guild. I'm there, I'm crying because, like, man, I put a lot of time in. Like, I dedicate myself no matter what it is. I dedicate myself to stuff. And I'm 14. But I grinded for this guy, for the guild. I did a lot of stuff. And it's like, I didn't do anything wrong. And it's like, what the hell? And like, he's on the next day. He's like, oh, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to find where you live. I'm going to kill you, little whatever. And it's just like, I mean, I made really good friends because of that. And they left the guild, too. And I'm still friends with one of them. The other one died. It was kind of upsetting, but it is what it is. But yeah, man, like, dude, there's a lot of people that have issues that play World of Warcraft. I'm not about that life, man. World of Warcraft's for, like, people that want to play it, they make a living off it, sure. Everybody else that plays it, they're just kind of like losers if they play it seriously. And it's not like they are losers because I'm upset at them. It's just the amount of time the game requires you to spend to be successful in the game demands that you are a loser. And the issue is that most people that play these games aren't really losers, they're winners. So they want to be successful in what they do. For whatever reason they're playing video games, but they're winners. So they want to put time into the game. They don't want to be the worst person. But to be a winner in World of Warcraft essentially means you're a loser outside of it. And that's just the kind of hard truth about it, And so I just can't, And like, the game doesn't care about you anyway. The game devs don't care about you. If anything, ever since I quit, like in 2011 or something like that, the game has been more monetized, less stuff had. Yeah, I mean, you can make good friends in that game. You definitely can make good friends, but the game requires you to be a loser to be successful. So, like I said, there's a lot of winners that play it, but you get turned into a loser because you're wasting your time for a game that's literally there to trap you for your time and your money and give you pretty much nothing in return. There's plenty of other games and other things that people could do to spend their time that's more useful. So plenty of other things. So And it's just a shame. Now, if they wanted to make it a good game, then I'd be like, okay, that's fine, you know. But they don't want to make it a good game. So, like, if you're going to spend that much time on a game where the developers don't care about you and you're just monetized and they're not going to improve it and you're constantly complaining about stuff because there's a lot of issues with the game, we got a nice 4-hour start here. You know, like, that's what everybody does, right? Well, I don't know if you like played it, but that's what everybody does. You complain about the game because it's a bad game, but you still play it. You continue to play it, and that's the issue. You get addicted to it, you know, because it demands time. It requires time if you want to be successful. You know, so it's a game that takes winners and it turns them into losers. It's a sad truth. It's a sad, sad truth. Now, some people can make money off of it, and cool, but it's, you know, and it's not playing video games. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not playing video games. It's playing a video game specifically that has a lot of issues that don't get fixed, where the developers don't give a crap. That's the issue. I have nothing if people want to play video games all day. I'd prefer they didn't, because I don't think it's good. But at least play a game where the devs care about you somewhat whatsoever at all. You know, that's the thing. Well, you'll hear the delay in a second. It sounds like you're on like a 3 or 4 minute delay. You might have to, if you're in the app, you might have to refresh it, so you don't have like a 3 or 4 delay. Yeah, the delay is definitely real. If you pause my stream and then you like unpause it, it doesn't update the stream to the current time. I imagine when you say OIC, depending on what you just said, you just probably heard what I said like 2-3 minutes ago, where whatchamacallit, where I said it's for losers, but it's winners that play it, and it turns them into a loser. So it's just what it is when games require that much time, and they give you nothing in return. So I've played that game so many hours. I've given so much to it. I've played with so many people, and everybody complains about it, but they continue to play it. They continue and continue and continue to play it. Maybe Apple? Oh, you deleted your thing. Yeah, we'll see what happens. This is a pretty, like, while it's okay from the other one, this is an ugly ass start for Apple on the 4-hour. I don't know if the desktop app is better, to be honest, but I use the desktop app. Usability, I prefer the desktop app 100%, for most things. I don't know how, like, because I don't know how it works on the other. I'm on the desktop app, so I just prefer it. It seems a lot more intuitive and easier for me to use personally. This is actually insane, though. What the hell? What did we start here at? Open is at 49, so do we really start 1 cent under it? Wow. We really started 1 cent under this. Interesting. Well, this will be interesting to see. I don't know how I feel about this stuff. Yo, what's up, Persifying? That's really weird. Why can't we just push to averages? I used to use the web-based one. I don't like it nearly as much. I really don't. I promise today I will actually try and see. You know what? I'll actually do it now. Well, can I actually? I will actually, once this stream is over, I will see if my, let me see if my GPU has updates anyway. Let me see real quick. What am I doing? I don't think it's Dragon Center. There we go. think no way. I can't read what you're saying. There we go. Just scalping 5 minutes, not much. Yeah. Five, four. This is a 5 minute. I don't know. Let me do this. Our lines almost do the same stuff. I think your line's like here, and mine's like there. It's interesting. Yeah, we'll see. There's a decent start on the 4 hour here, but that's like the only thing. And Apple's starting like one of the worst places. Not here, like here. Apple's starting like one of the worst places ever. I'm so agnostic and so don't care about today. I'm gonna be like 100% honest. Like out of every other day, I actually like this day a little bit. And there was something interesting. This whole day has just been so dumb. I don't understand the point is of this stuff. Like I don't understand. Like if we're gonna be up here, let's just win. Have we had a day like this where we really play into like distribution? I mean, this was different. This was up to the 21st. This is like different. There was stuff around here. God, we're just so far away from some of these averages. I just hate this so much. Today specifically. Like if I wasn't streaming, I would have looked at this for maybe 30 minutes to an hour throughout the whole day. That's it. Most of it would consist from checking every hour and coming back and saying, oh wow, okay, this is what we did. Okay, we did like nothing. We did nothing. Why did we do this? Anyway, let me check for updates real quick. Do I have updates? Let me see. Home. Yeah, I do. That's pretty big too. Wow. This might be why my other monitor doesn't work also partially. Apparently here, so you can just see right here. My current version is from April 28th, 2022. And apparently there's a new one. I don't know when it was released. Oh yeah, look at that. Release 9/27. I don't know how many came in between, but I'm at least, what is that, 9/20? That's almost 5 months old. Almost five. I'm out of date. Well, not out of date for 5 months, but there's something new. That might be why I can't, or maybe like another previous update might be why I can't use my monitor. So after I'm done streaming, I'm going to update that and see if I can get the monitor working. Because literally the monitor not working is the only reason why I don't respond to stuff on Twitch that quick. My core is definitely good. For some reason, it can't switch. It's just not detect. It's not like it'll detect my monitor. It won't allow me to extend the displays essentially, or it won't. It's something about maybe probably even sending a signal, I suppose. But I don't get any picture whatsoever. And I get a. The issue is when I try to do it, it didn't happen in the past when I did it. Like months ago was the last time I did it, probably 4 months ago, maybe 3-4 months ago at least. And every time I do it now, I get a graphics error, or I get an error from my software saying, yo, bro, we got an issue. We can't do this. So more or less that's what it says. I don't remember what it is specifically, but it's more or less what it says. Sorry, bro. We got to revert our settings. We detected an error. screw the market. What the heck is this thing doing? I remember someone came in and we looked at this, I guess 2 weeks ago. It's not like a resolution thing. It's just it won't like let me use both monitors at once. I can use one or the other. I just can't use. Well, I'm sorry. I don't have two monitors. I have a TV and a monitor. I don't think that would really be causing the issue. I mean, it didn't cause an issue before. The only thing that's changed from when it worked before that I can see is that there's like a new GPU update, from what I can tell. What the heck is this? But like at least that way, like you can be on Twitch and there isn't going to be an annoying delay, and I don't have to. That way, all I have to do is like look at my monitor off to the side, and I can actually just respond. Because the delay on Twitch is ridiculous. It is. It's ridiculous and it's stupid. Honestly, I want to keep this one up, but I really would. The one nice thing about this is I can actually have this on top of what I do, like on the TradingView chat. But like that's the only reason. Otherwise, I'd just literally tell everybody to go to Twitch. Tell everybody to go to Twitch if they could, because it's just 10 times better. So much better. It's ridiculous how much better it is. Or not better. It's just like the TradingView stuff is just they're just lacking so hard. You can't post links, really. No control over chat. Can't ban people, or like there's no emotes or anything. Or I mean, there's some nice things how this works with the TradingView chat, where I can just like right-click things and open it in this. But that delay is the biggest thing that gets me, really. I just don't like that delay. And also, technically, if I have another monitor up, at least able to OBS Studio, I'll have my OBS up. That's what I usually do on my second monitor. That's what I used to do earlier in the year. I would have my OBS set up like that. I can't use Streamlabs though for some reason, and actually still come to to this. I can't use my Streamlabs and Streamlabs. The only way that I haven't been able to stream, like the way I stream is I stream to TradingView and then it goes to other ones. It goes to Twitch, or I can choose it to go to YouTube also. But with Streamlabs OBS, I can't mirror it on my own to TradingView and the other ones. I can send it to YouTube and Twitch. I just can't send it to TradingView. So I'm kind of forced, unless they've changed it in the last couple of months, I'm forced to stream directly to TradingView and then have it restreamed through TradingView to the other places, But it's just like a hassle. Yeah, I mean, it works great for Twitch. You'll probably hear in a second with the delay. But it's the TradingView is the issue with a lot of this stuff. It just never played nice. With my Streamlab OBS, I would put in the multiple stream things and the multiple keys, but it just didn't work. Like here, I'll show you. This is what I have to do. You see how it's from here? Oh, apparently I'm restreamed on YouTube. Let's see if it actually comes in properly from YouTube. Okay, why don't I hear myself? Okay, why don't I? Yep, and the sound is still trash on frickin' YouTube. So let me take this off and see if that works. So I can't stream this to YouTube. It's a goddamn shame, man. I'm not live on YouTube in a second, so guys, it's blah 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 blah. That's how it's said. That's how I sound right now on YouTube. and I sound fine on TradingView, and I sound fine on Twitch. So why is it happening on YouTube? You know, it's like ridiculous. You know, I put a frickin', you know, it's like I put a frickin' support ticket in for all this stuff. I go over all of this here. This is all I typed. Delay, the Twitch auto updates. The delay is crazy. Like, boom, you know. I've been to all this. When I pull out the chat, I can't do anything. You know, and like he says this, and then a guy hits me up, and it's like, bro, where are you? Are you smoking crack? Come on, man. So this guy hits me up, like, bro, where are you? This is September 23rd, man. Bro, I literally told him, tell me any time that's not 9:15 to 10:30 a.m. Eastern, and I will 100% have time for the call. It's like, bro, where are you? And like, so that's why I don't really care. It's just whatever to me at this point, you know. So, nah, it's not the settings in OBS because it comes through perfectly on Twitch. So, and it used to be fine at one point on YouTube also as well. I remember checking it. I don't know what they changed, but I remember at one point in time, even for a brief period, a moment, it was fine. So, and it doesn't make sense to me that it's fine on YouTube and not fine on Twitch. It just doesn't make sense to me whatsoever at all. So, kind of is what it is. IDC, man. I don't really care. So, I stream. Not really making money off streaming, so it's not really like a huge issue to me. I represent, I think I give people a decent amount of things to come to, and if they don't want to, like, help expedite this, because it's freaking trash and it's horrible, and I don't know why anyone would ever stream on this platform the way it currently is, unless they're a masochist like me. You know, it just kind of is what it is. So, like, I stopped caring a while ago. I stopped caring, like, a week ago, maybe, like, a week and a half ago is when I stopped caring, to be honest. So, personally, that's when I stopped caring. Like, the fact that guy never hit me back up is definitely like, I mean, everybody's got stuff. I didn't even know that. That was weird. They did tell me in the support thing a dev would reach out to me. But it's like, bro, don't put the cart before the horse. Like, don't wait for the streaming stuff to blow up and then say you're going to work on the streaming stuff, you know? So, like, it's whatever to me. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to stream nearly as much in a little while. So, I don't, like, truly, like, care. But, I mean, the delay at least, if I'm streaming to Twitch or to this website, then I should not have a greater delay than if I'm streaming to this website and then restreaming to another website. If I'm initially streaming to this website and then through them I'm restreaming to another website, it doesn't make sense that there's a greater delay on this website than the other one to me. It's just really, to me, it doesn't make any sense at all. And it doesn't make any sense why anyone would want it to be that way. It doesn't make sense. So they just don't care about it, which is fine, right? Oh, I mean, I don't care about sharing ideas. I wanted to see if I get the streaming thing to blow up and get big community and people in here and stuff. Honestly, if I've learned anything, most of the trading community is a bunch of annoying assholes, and I don't really want to deal with most of them. I don't like most people in general, but in the trading community, there's just so many people that want to say, look at me, look what I can do. Ha 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 ha, yeah, I'm awesome. Look at my trades. And it's just so annoying. It's like there's 20 million people out there that can trade. I know a lot of people can't trade, but everybody, like so many people are just, it's this thing where it's like, just come in, just chill, just do whatever. It's awesome, like, if we get stuff, but, like, so many people just want to, like, it's just, like, I mean, I'm going to be straight up, because, like, I've known people like this, and even some of my friends, they just weren't loved as children, and for whatever reason, they need to seek acceptance from other people, and it's just really off-putting, and it's not, like, the worst thing in the world, but it's just kind of annoying. you know. But I mean, if you're ever trying to like put yourself out there, I feel like you always have to deal with that no matter what you're doing. So that's something that I try to remember and recognize is that you're not going to have a perfect community. Obviously, you can quell some of this stuff and you can decide who is in what and who isn't, but you're always going to have road bumps with no matter what you have in life. But I've just seen, like, you go into the TradingView chats and all that and stuff like that, it's just always toxic. Just always toxic. And it's like, it's just one of those things. Like I said, I've seen it in real life too. Even one of my good friends used to be like that. And to be honest, like, I know with him specifically, his parents didn't necessarily give him much attention as he wanted to, and they didn't like show super interest in some of the things he was interested in. And I think they definitely should have. But it's just, I see the reoccurring theme. It's just like, look what I can do. Give me a reward, or look how much better I am. And it's just like, it's super off-putting, you know? So, like, there's 10 million reasons for me to just never stream again, to be honest. But I still like doing it. And I don't think because of a couple bad things that I should, whatchamacallit, that I should stop doing what I do, because I think no matter what, like I said, there's always going to be like bumps in the road no matter what you do in life, and you can't just always just pick up and move on to the next thing. That's not how you be successful with anything. I think it's important to stick to stuff. But like trading isn't, or streaming isn't like pivotal to me being successful. So, but I like doing it, and I think it's important I stick to things. Personally, no matter like what it is, I think it's important I don't just give up on something and move on. So it's kind of my rant, but I'm just like looking outside right now. It's kind of like, it looks like a nice day, surprisingly enough. So nice green trees outside, nice blue sky, couple birds flying through, telephone poles, but it is what it is, right? Without telephone poles, or I wouldn't have electricity and internet. So yeah, that was just kind of going on for a little bit. I mean, yeah, I like to help people. I do. But at the end of the day, I'm mixed on stuff too. Like I said, most people like don't want to be helped. Like I said, there's always three people that come in. There's people that want to chill. To easily sum it, there's people that want to chill, there's people that want to learn, and then there's people that want to teach. And you could look at it in two ways. People that want to teach might want to try to show me something, but generally people that generally come in that want to teach, they want to teach me either about something, and one of those things is how amazing they are. And it's like, bro, I don't care. It was kind of cool a long time ago, a little bit. But that's because I had questions, though. But even those people, like, it was actually pretty nice on Twitch. I'm going to be honest, it could be just like a TradingView thing. Because when I was on Twitch, I don't really remember it that much a long time ago. I really don't. Most people were chill, but I guess that's also because a lot of people were just like, I don't know. It was new on Twitch, too. I'm not really sure. I might have just been fortunate from it also as well. It was a long time ago, though. I don't really care either way, to be honest. Like, I get over stuff. I think about it, then I get over it. I don't get over it, but, like, I stop caring less, which is a good thing, but it's also kind of a bad thing. So, you know. I have a difficult time sticking with things sometimes through the past, so I'm not a big fan of commitment all the time. I don't mind committing myself to something, but some things can be difficult. I like doing what I like to do, and I guess that's why I don't like commitment, right? Because if you're committed to something, you have to be disciplined, and if you're disciplined, then you're not able to do what you ultimately like want to do here and there. You're doing what you want to do in like a longer term, longer framework, what kind of goal you're trying to meet. Oh, excuse me. Though I will say streaming does get a little bit tough. I'm glad that I might not be as much, not because of any of the reasons stated, but just because the more I've been looking at this stuff, like I said earlier, the more I realize like the less and less and less like I actually have to look at stuff. Like based on these candles and how much something's like overbought or oversold, it seems to be like pretty clear, more or less, like when to look at things and when to try to mess with stuff. So, like technically right here, we have what? Not too much time left. We'll kind of have to see what happens in a second. We got the 4-hour start on the NDQ here. So we can expect this to push up, but I think ultimately we'll also have to see if we can, I mean, technically, even if it doesn't, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not a huge fan of messing with anything right here on this day, but it's starting to set itself up. So, from a NASDAQ perspective, it's starting to set itself up. I still don't like Rappalas whatsoever at all. And I don't like these days at all. I really don't. I guess the beginning was somewhat understandable because we got overbought or oversold, but now it's like what are we doing? So we'll see. The overall goal was like in the next 4.5 minutes to have the NASDAQ up at to have the NASDAQ at I can't even remember. Is it 16,522? Is that what it is? Or 15? Or what is this? 16,000. No, it's 16,000. 11,612, I think. Is that what it is? It's 11 down. So it's 10.8 down, whatever. So we'll just say, what's 10.8 under this? 0.810? Yeah, so it's 1,600 and or I'm so tired right now. 11,600 and frickin' 14. I don't know if we'll actually be able to get to there by then though. And this is under the assumption that we're going off the NASDAQ and not Apple. Nothing really looks great for Apple. I mean, it doesn't look that bad. I'm gonna be honest. It's like it's in the middle. Like it keeps pushing up at this area, but it just doesn't take a damn direction. And the 4-hour inherently on this is just sketchy as hell. But from the NASDAQ, I can see stuff kind of trying to form. So, from the NASDAQ perspective, this is a long entry. Or the NDQ perspective, anyway. From the NASDAQ perspective, on scaling, it's like okay, but it's not amazing for where it is right now. Like it just keeps trying to trend up, or just keeps trending up, not trying to. But if our goal is up here for the 4-hour, this might cut into what we're doing. What's Perk's number? I don't know what his number is. What do you mean his number? You could add him in the chat. I don't know if he should get an alert, right? Just add Persifine. Like never in my wildest dreams would I have expected. I thought from here we could either go from here to here to try to push back, or at least from here to go to here to try to fight up here. Never in my wildest dreams did I think we were literally just gonna range here the whole time. On Nas 100, he's like short, I think, on it right now. His thing is right. This is the last thing he posted, which, I'm gonna be honest, seems like incredibly reasonable. I think it's really reasonable, because here's this is his 5. Do I have a 5? I think, what was it? There was something that it looked similar to. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what I was looking at earlier. It was like NDQ I was looking at. I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. Going between too many things. But his initial thing was, whatchamacallit, we were overbought. His initial thing, I don't think it was actually there. I think it was like here to here. So he's not even in that position anymore. He's expecting it to turn around, which I think is highly possible as well. So in general, this is what I would expect we have a 4-hour and we have a 1-hour target. If we're not going to get, we have 1 minute to get up here. If we can't get up here for another 4-hour, the annoying thing is this just trends down, and it's possible because we never hit it here that we still try to trend up and then hit this thing. You know, that's kind of like the annoying thing here. So, but the one bad thing about it is it doesn't make this look super bearish, but it does put us in a situation that's a lot, in my opinion, a lot more bearish because we'll see where this starts. It might not be as far down. It might be somewhere like here. But it does get these two targets quite a bit closer to each other, which I'm not a huge fan of. So, like, we haven't hit here, but if this thing is somewhere close to here, we easily could just hit the 1 hour, and then we have, like, 2 reasons. What the hell? Man, come on. I guess I deleted it. 1 second. Oof. Because now we get, yeah. So now we have the 4 hour and the 1 hour even closer together here, which is like, if this is your goal to hit, I think this could still push up. But the thing is now you're looking at a much shorter range here. You're looking to beat this 4 hour, but you're only going to end the next 4 hour above here at 6 o'clock, right, or 6:01. So we're pretty high. If we push it up here, we're going to have to sit. The best thing is to sit in this range and then switch over. So the chances of this doing that for another 4 hours is pretty low. That's why I like the idea of his short entry, specifically now. So, like, we still could come back up. The only issue is, like, we still could come back up, and it could, like, hit out where his stop loss is, but it looks like even if it does come back up, it's going to look so ugly. Like, so ugly, even if it does. Honestly, I think it's worse if it does push up right now, in the totality of things. So, but yeah. So, well, they couldn't get it up there. This is just a shame. This would be interesting, too. I was wondering if we were going to see, because we get our 4 hour start here on the NASDAQ. Obviously, we had the 2 wicks up, but I was interested to see if we would get this. And then, like I was saying earlier, I was interested to see if we get this bounce that pushes us up. I think we needed to be right here. And then we could have gotten picked up from the other one. But it looks really tough now to do that. So we'll kind of see what happens with all this stuff. I think it might just be left in the hands of post and pre-market also as well. Which is just like, it's just annoying. Now, I guess for anyone trading like Persifying, that doesn't mean anything because that thing's open 23 hours a day for like 5 days a week. So there is no pre and post market if you're trading on that exchange. This stuff is AIDS. Like, what a day. What a day. Like, what a dumbass day. I'll put it that way, actually. Like, jeez. Well, I guess my hand hurts a little bit, but it's better than playing Overwatch for like 3 hours and then having all of my hand and my wrist hurt, so. Yeah, I mean, I might just head out. I'm not like super tired, it's just, excuse me, it's like I said before, like, when I was looking at the NASDAQ, I wanted to see a 4 hour start here, and I think this was decent, but what I wanted to see also was this 30 minutes later, and I wanted to see this get engaged. And like now that we haven't seen this, there's no reason for me to care if I'm trying to play this to the upside anyway. There's no reason for me to care about this right now in my mind. So literally, like, there's just no, like, there's zero reason in my mind to look at this almost for the rest of the day, arguably. Like, you kind of see what I'm saying? Like, if I'm looking at these certain changes, we're not going to see another 4 hour. I don't trade on Purse Exchange, so, whatchamacallit, I can't trade this stuff all the time. He's just scalping anyway. I think it was obviously, it definitely seems really nice, specifically on the change when we saw we weren't going to get it. We weren't going to get the 4 hour, or not the 4 hour for this on skilling anyway. And it's just like, I don't hate stuff enough to like buy a put and hold it, or even get a call and hold it. I mean, get a short and hold it. Because maybe we just start above 146.50 tomorrow, and then I get wrecked. Now that's my own perception, at least the last part, right? My perception is like, we could start wherever. I think things look a lot more bearish than bullish with this change, but there's still like potential for us to turn around on different time frames. Yeah. Let me see if I can even get on right now. Dude, it's so annoying. At least it's 11 o'clock. Not this. I mean, this kind of, the day's been annoying. Let me see if I can actually get on. I don't know how people still play World of Warcraft, man. The new one I can get. I think it's still trash in a lot of senses. The new World of Warcraft, the ones that come out, I can kind of get a little bit. I don't know how these people go back and play Classic. I played Classic, whatchamacallit. Oh, if I open this, it might mess up my streaming like it did the other time. But, it's like I played Classic for a bit, and it's literally like, it feels like it's control. I'm gonna be honest. It feels like complete like a control thing and like a power thing. Like you go back and you play what you did before, but you know everything. Like I'll put it this way: if you first played World of Warcraft vanilla, there was like Thoughtbot, and maybe you knew about Wowhead if it existed back then. Nobody knew what to do a lot of the times. Nobody knew really what it took to be the best. It really felt like an open world. Every server was its own because there wasn't a wide exchange of information. And so from that same perspective, it was open world. It was pretty wild. But at the same time, like, or no, that was the great thing about it. There were some downsides, but everything felt open world. Everything felt mysterious. And now, because now you play World of Warcraft, it's like, bro, what are you doing? It's all about maximizing. DPS, stand in the right place. You didn't read the guide, are you an idiot? So everything's already written out for you. It's just how well can you act out the individual movements and the motions that you need to do. And that's how it really feels to me for a lot of this. And so it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of individuality per se in these things. I think PvP is still pretty cool. I like the PvP aspect. I don't like the fact that you have to farm to be competitive, and you have to. It's stupid. I would actually go back and play World of Warcraft right now if I could make a character, pay $15 a month, make a character, get the same gear as everybody, and play. I would actually 100% go back and play World of Warcraft right now. 100%. I have zero issue if that's what it is. I have zero issue with it. But that's not what it is, and they want you to spend time, and then they want you to spend money. Before, they just wanted your time. Now they want your time and your money. But it's, I don't know, it kind of takes the mystery out of it. Like, no one will ever get that again anyway in most games. Just because most things in the technological age, the where we are right now, it's just so the spread of information is just so wild. I mean, your expectation is to know for most things, to read a guide or know what's going on with something. So from that perspective, it's like I get it. Then it's not just applied to the video game, it's applied to everything. There's information for almost anything and everything out there. But it just kind of takes away the mystery and the kind of majesticness, I guess, in a sense, of all of these things. For me, anyway. Like, I like kind of sometimes the not knowing. You know, it depends what it is, and the spread of information is always a better thing than a bad thing. Almost always. Like, the benefits from a wide spread of information will, in my opinion, will always outweigh the negatives of it. Always outweigh. I'd rather everybody know something than not, because you can't just say that's for a video game. The spread of information is about technology, medicine, you know, and sciences, so many different things. So it's like I can't sit here and say, like, I want to go back to a time when information wasn't spread nearly as much, because there's just too many negatives as a whole from it. I think that's had a lot of nostalgia in a sense. There are actually different periods of time I would like to go back to. I think that were somewhat better, but like I did like the mid 90s or like the late 90s and like the early 2000s. I thought were pretty cool. But at the end of the day, like medicine wasn't that far, research wasn't that far. I think there were a lot of things that were better, but like from a science perspective, things were just so different. You know. I mean, if you go back farther than that, I mean, I'm not going to go back farther than that. I'm only so old, but I mean, I know there were definitely some issues when you start going to like the 70s and the 80s, and you know, right? You got your hippies and your crack epidemic of the 80s and the 90s, I think. So everything has its own kind of problem, but yeah. It is what it is, I suppose. It is what it is. It is what it is. And yet I still continue to sit here not knowing what this day is. And the dollar continues to sit here. Like, this whole time, the dollar barely changed in price. If we actually look at this, back at 11, I don't know, maybe like 11:20 or something, or 11:30. This is 12:18. Peaked at 12,300. It is what it is. It is what it is. No one ever says it is what it is on anything that's positive, if you think about it. It is what it is. I was thinking about this like a year ago or whatever. It's like, it is what it is never a positive thing. Like, it never is a positive. Like, no one ever is like, yeah, that is great. Yeah, it is what it is. You know what I mean? So it's always a neutral connotation to it at best, which is I've always found interesting. I don't remember where I first started hearing that. Not a dead cat bounce. Yeah, who knows with any of this stuff. I mean, the tragedy for this is, like, it's, in the short term, I think it's more bearish than bullish, but I don't see a huge reason to sell down as opposed to buy up. Just because these mongos, like what is, like, why? I don't get it. My poor hair, man. You get that feeling? You must. I can see in your profile pic. You must have gone through some. I'm going through, like, man, I swear, some of my hair, like, oh my god. It's not horrible, but man, some of this hair, it's like, I don't, like, pull on it, but man, it's just like, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, damn, like, stay on my head. Like, what are you doing, man? It's just like, it's almost like it's eager to fall out. It's like, yeah, man, thanks for getting rid of me. Like, I'll just do this for my hair lightly, and it's like, like a couple strands of hair, and it's like, take it easy, man. I don't know what I did. And I'm not like, I don't really care if I like losing hair, but it's like, I don't like weak hairs. I'll put that. Do you have a Edgar IRL? What's a Edgar? I'm not taking keeps, man. I'll tell you that much. I'm not taking keeps, sir. No finasteride, and oh, you shaved it funny. Oh, yours will okay. Man, everybody's just got better hair than me, I guess. Now I don't care what happens to my head as long as like I can get a full beard. That's the only thing that matters to me. I don't care about the hair on my head or on the top of my head as long as I have a beard. But I don't want hair. I don't want to lose hair in my head without a beard. So I actually like the beard, the full beard look. I really like. I really do like it. So it seems to be growing in a lot better. I think it's because like I was doing some workouts and stuff. I almost feel like I can work out again today, which is nice. I've noticed that I've gotten like more veiny, but I feel so weak right now because I haven't worked out in like 4 days. It's actually crazy. I feel like I should honestly. I feel like I should even take another day off. It's wild. I felt so tired. I felt sick last night. As long as I'm not like one of those or vein freaks. I don't know if you've seen them. You've seen those people that have just like the most ridiculous veins. Steph Curry beard. Oh man, no way, dude. I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about. No way. I don't want that. Let me see. Nah. Oh, actually, okay. I like that. If this is what you're talking about, I can deal with that. That's pretty nice. But like this one, he's a little bit younger. Nah, I'm not. I'm not doing that. No way. No way on this. I'm not doing this. I like the mustache too. I like the mustache, the goatee. I'll take the soul patch. But what should I call it? I'm not about that one. So he grew his out though. If he can grow his out like this, I have a decent. Oh, what the heck? Oh, I typed Steph Curry beard. No wonder I saw that. Okay, that is pretty nice, man. Damn. It said it 4 months to grow out that beard. Okay. Not a chance, Curry responded when asked if he would be shaving his beard before the NBA Finals. As the title babyface, oh, true. As the title babyface back in college, I always wanted to grow a beard, just grow a beard to say I could, and I never could get it to connect on this side of my face. About 6 months ago, it started to connect, so I got a little carried away with it and made up my own reason to have a playoff beard. So this is like 4 months of hard work and perseverance. That's what he said. Yeah, I don't know. His brother looks a little. I don't. His brother looks scuffed. Seth Curry, if I remember correctly, his brother looks a little scuffed. No, Seth. Oh, whoops. Seth. Whoops, not Seth. Yeah, no way, man. No way, dude. No way, man. Dude, look at that. No way. We are not doing that. No way. Mine's been coming in pretty well though since I've been working out. I think in like a year, I'm gonna have a pretty thick beard. I have a pretty good feeling about it. So I have a really good feeling actually about it. So I'm not drinking or anything anymore. No smoking, no drinking. Oh, he went to Duke? Damn, dude. Man, he must have gotten. Oh, there's a lot of pretty white girls. A lot of pretty white girls at Duke. You know me, pretty white girls. Nothing wrong with a couple pretty white girls. Duke cheerleading team. Okay, let's go to Instagram. Who are these Duke cheerleaders? Let's bring this up. Let's get to the important stuff. Duke cheerleaders. I feel weird. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe because I'm 30, these people look so young. I don't go outside anymore, but like these people look super young. Like I guess I get that they're between 18 and 22, but holy crap. Maybe I'm just at that point in my life. Wow. Like I said, I don't go out much, so it's like these people look so young. Like I know they're young, I guess, but it's just been so long. They look like kids to me. Holy crap. They all look so young. Wow, like I forget they are young, but wow. That's wild. Wow. Okay, let's look at cheerleaders for like a professional team. What professional team should we look at? Because oh my God, it made sense. College kids are 18 to like 22, 23, but wow, it really didn't hit me until I actually saw some of them. That's actually wild. Like they all still have baby faces, which is just really weird. I wonder what high schoolers look like. Oh my gosh. High schoolers, man, now I guess I really get it. Wow, that's wild. Okay, let's see. Let's do Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I don't know. Maybe this is why I don't like this stuff. Maybe it's just the idea of women dancing around that I don't like. I don't know. With like a bunch of makeup on. I thought this was going to be a lot more interesting than I initially thought it was. I'm going to be 100% straight up on this. I thought this was going to be a lot more interesting. Because I know I really don't like a lot of makeup. I usually hate a lot of makeup. I don't know what I expected to see. They're nice, good-looking women. She looks a little old, but I'm sorry, she's experienced. Might move to Florida, Texas. We'll see. I'm not gonna say it, but I think I could make I could make a comment that I'll just say it. I mean, property's probably going to be a lot cheaper depending on where you want to buy it or where you're trying to move to in Florida or build a home. I'll just say that. I'll say that much. Shoot. If the market comes down and at the same time, like, what just happened over there, dang, Yeah, I don't know, man. I like this. Actually, this is kind of nice. I like this. They got a decent amount of makeup on. She's pretty. I feel like they have a lot of makeup on her. She's pretty too. I don't know. I'm not gonna look at this too much more because it feels like maybe I shouldn't on this website. But I don't know. I'm a big proponent like against a lot of makeup. So Nick City Dancers. Well, when I say experienced, that's a well. If you're referring to when I said experienced, I just didn't want to call a woman old. I just felt like that was kind of inappropriate, to be honest. Nick City Dancers. What is that? Nick City Dancers. I'm gonna be like straight up. There's nothing hotter than just like a woman with no makeup on that's just chilling. Like, what's that one song? What's that Drake thing? Drake lyrics. I hope you don't take it wrong. Something chilling with no makeup on. see. Let me see. Yeah, sweatpants, hair tied, chilling with no makeup on. That's when you're the prettiest. I hope that you don't take it wrong. Yeah, like that. You know what I mean? Like that's always like the best. Like just a standard person. You know what I mean? Like man, it's not hard to like. I mean, it is a little bit, but it's not really that hard to find somebody that's. Well, first thing, there's two things. There's less successful men in the world than there are pretty women. So, but just from the like a similar perspective is like a lot of women can be, not all, but a lot of women can be fairly attractive with makeup. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm not trying to fall. I don't fall in love with makeup. So you know, man, that's wild to see those college people, those college cheerleaders. I can't believe that there's that like just barely legal 18 porn in like college. Like they have, you know what I mean? Like it's been so long, but I know like back in the day they had like the Bang Bus or whatever, and like it's so crazy that they have so much college kid oriented stuff, and like that kind of sums it up, right? Like college kid. It's just kind of crazy thinking about. Like it's like I think a lot of porn in general is just completely degenerate, regardless of what it is or like what the specific thing is. And I think most porn's degenerate, pretty much all almost. And then like then it's just depending on how degenerate it is, right? That's how I kind of see it. But like from a society perspective, how many older men are going and looking at these things? I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I'm only 30, and they just look so young when I look at them. Now, I will say though, like when I was younger, I think I was with someone for a little bit, and I did feel like this a little bit. I was 24. I didn't know because she was in this one class when I was going to the local community college. She was in my Women in World History class too. But I think she was like, I didn't know. I thought she was like 20 or something. I think I was 20. Was I 24? I think I was 24 and she was like 18, just turned 19. And I was just like, and she told me and I was like, what the F? I mean, I didn't say that to her, but I was thinking like, but it didn't work out with her anyway. But that's another big like thing that affects me with younger people. It's like I know there's that general lack of understanding, not always, but usually, if you know what I mean. Younger people always want to just, not always, most of the time I feel like they just want to do what they want to do and have fun, and I get it. Just be careful. That's one big thing. I think people don't value loyalty as much as they should, which is always a shame. Hmm. That's insane. Not what I'm talking about, but looking at Royal Caribbean. Crazy that phrase all the way up here, man. That's insane. Wow, holy crap. Oh my god. Oh my god. We'll see what this looks like. U.S. dollar, the Japanese yen is 145. That's actually insane. That's actually insane. That means it's trying up and it's actually recovered from this. Oh my God. That is actually wild. Boom, boom, boom. Holy crap. The market has to go up, I feel like. Man, this is going to be a rough year for Japan if we go down. Man. This is going to be whatchamacallit, a really rough year for Japan if we go down. Now, we might just be coming back up, but we got the 12-hour under us, so I don't know if we're going to stop at the 4. Dang. I mean, of course, as always, this is like of importance, right? Because we have the potential, you know, to go up another whatever. I don't know what that even is. 3%? Jesus Christ, never mind. Oh, it's 155, not 150. Okay, so like almost 7%. Okay. And then, but from here, right, even if we just go from like here to here, that's still 20%. Man, that's insane. Wow. That's actually crazy. How much this is fighting up. Yeah, my nose is like itchy. Not like really, but it's kind of itchy. It's weird. Whoops. Oh, dang. What the heck? Man, the yield shot up yesterday. That's pretty wild, though, if you think about it. Because it goes from 0.227, from 0.227 all the way up to 0.268. That's got to be at least 8%. Oh, my, what the? Oh, 227, not 24, 227 to 26. Oh, whoops, man, so that's 18%. That's actually insane. Wow. That's actually insane. Hmm. I wonder how many of their bonds they own now. Tesla 240. They pushing up or something? Dude, this market is so boring today. We getting sold down? Well, we have a new, what's 230? A new 1 hour? Wow. And it's not even like this looks horrible. Alright, let me get out of this. Let me see, 1 second. me try opening my Overwatch. If I can get onto Overwatch, let me see how long it takes. I'm probably gonna head out. I somehow doubt they fixed their issue. It happened, what, October 4th this came out? Yep, so they don't even fully have their servers fixed. 700 players in queue ahead of me. I don't even know how long this is going to take. Wow. Okay, I'll check on this in, Jesus Christ, another 5-10 minutes. Doesn't look like I'm going anywhere anytime soon. Just like the market, it doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon. Jesus. 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 Bro, this is the kind of crap they do, and then they just pump it up in after hours or pre-market. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel. That's how I feel a little bit. Annoyed, but like, still good. Dude, I still have 7. I'm gonna be like, not like I hate to say it because it's not what I mean, but this is all I actually mean. I'm actually not going to be surprised if I can't get onto this game at all today. And I'm not like upset, or I'm not like bothered, or I'm not like mad. I'm a little disappointed, and I'm a little bit upset also as well. Like, I've been waiting to play this game. And I know it's Blizzard, and it's a bad company with bad games. But like, just let me play. I got the Watchpoint pack. I paid $40, not so I could just get into the beta because I wanted to support these goons. Like, use the money people spend. Get your proper servers. Get your servers right. Get your servers straight. Come on, man. Look at this. What? What? God damn it, man. What's going on? Why is it not capturing my full screen application? There we go. 700 players ahead of me. There's been 700 people ahead of me for I don't know how long, but for a while. Yeah, what's up, Suraj? It's okay. It's been a pretty boring day, and I can't get on Overwatch, so. But to be 600 people ahead of me now. There we go. Well, it's 100 people ahead of me better. been a boring market day though, for the most part. I mean, like, what is this, right? I don't understand. I don't really get what's I don't understand. Don't understand. Oy. But besides that, it's been pretty good, and maybe I can get on this game, which would be a little bit better. Usually, what happens though is it'll go through and it'll try to get me in after it goes through 600 people, and then it's going to tell me, "I'm sorry, man, can't connect you to the servers. Gonna have to try again." And then pretty much gonna have to do that. So, but I mean, today's fine anyway. It's not like even if I can't play, it's not a big deal. Even if the market wasn't moving, it's not a big deal. It's not like I'm suffering in life. My life's been pretty good. My day's been pretty good. I'm not really worried. I'm not in a rush to do anything. You know, I don't have anything like over my head or whatever, or someone coming after me. So, in that sense, it's good. I mean, I haven't really been spot trading. I've done like options here and there. I haven't messed with anything in like the past couple of days. So, I was gonna mess with some today, but I was not seeing what I want to see for anything. So, but honestly, I'm probably gonna take my own advice, depending on what happens soon, where I'm just gonna take like a small position and just let it run. I might just have to treat whatchamacallit. I really just option. Oh, I haven't been messing with crypto in a while. I just mess with stocks mainly. But I mean, it's been like okay, like even with Bitcoin here, I'll show it from this perspective. Even with Bitcoin, to me it's been ugly as hell. Like the buy point was here. Here we have the 2 and the 4, and we switch over on the new week right there. I don't know what it's doing, man. Someone else can tell you better than me. I don't know what the hell Bitcoin's doing up here. It's not moving. I know that much, but the buy spot was obvious. I have zero idea what Bitcoin's been doing the last couple of days. The last 5, 6, 7, right? Are we 7 today? Or are we 6? We're 6, right? Yeah, we're 6. So I don't know what Bitcoin's been doing the last 2 days. I got zero idea. Zero. So, you know. Oof. So. Oh, whoops. Okay, good. Wait, what am I at now? 600 people still let you see this? Well, you can't see it. 600 people still ahead of me. Crazy, man. Crazy. Wait, can I do this? 1 second. Maybe if I do a... No, damn, no, I can't. I was trying to think of something. Sorry about that. The binary option? The what? What do you mean what about the binary option? Are you like asking like is spot trading good as it compared to like trading on leverage or something? 'Cause I think Binance, if you're not in the US, has I don't know what binary option is, to be honest. Let me look it up real quick. I haven't, I'm in the United States, so there's Binance, which I used to be able to use. That was like all the way up until I think 2019. And then because of laws and regulations, specifically I think because Binance wanted to do leverage trading when they had Binance futures, um, I couldn't do that. So that's when I was with my friend, we had to switch to Binance US, and Binance US, as far as I know, doesn't have any of those things. So I don't know what binary option is, but it's possible that's a feature on the Binance and not Binance US, which is what I had. This is the only thing I can use. I don't know what binary options. Let me see. Huh. That seems kind of cool. A binary option is a type of options contract in which the payout depends entirely on the outcome of a yes-no proposition and typically relates to whether the price of a particular asset will rise above or below a specified amount. Once the option is acquired, there is no further decision for the holder to make regarding the exercise of the option, of the binary option, because binary options exercise automatically. Unlike other types of options, a binary option does not give the holder the right to buy or sell a specified asset. When the binary option expires, the options holder receives either a predetermined amount of cash or nothing at all. That sounds kind of scary. I don't know much about it. That sounds really scary though. Like you can't. It seems like even more restriction than a normal option. But it looks like you can't sell it once you have it. Are you locked into it when you buy it? Like you can't like let's say I say Apple's going to hit 142.65. I mean, it sounds like it either hits it or I lose my investment. Like it seems like if something happens, like let's say at 142.80, I can't sell out and I'm just stuck with the option. That's what it sounds like to me. That's scary. I feel like that's really scary. If you're doing momentum trading, I think it could be fine. If you're doing like swing on a larger time frame or momentum, I think that could be fine. I think it sounds really dangerous. I imagine the risk reward is higher than a normal option if you're not given the chance to adjust. Um, it sounds pretty scary though. Like the idea that you can't adjust a position once you're in it, to me seems pretty scary. To me anyway, it seems pretty scary. Um, I don't I don't like that. I don't like that at all. 2 minute, 5 minute, 1 hour. I don't mind that. So if it's on based on a certain time period, um, like maybe a shorter time period one I could see doing stuff like that for. I think it's just inherently a lot more dangerous. It would depend for me because you have to be so much more right. It's not about like price or time. It's like you have to be right by a certain period of time, and like it's not you can't be like let's say like right if I get a put here saying we're going down to 142.65, I'm already making money and I can sell it. But like it just seems so much. It has to be so much cheaper. It has to be giving me a higher reward. Otherwise, like it seems so dangerous to get into a position that if I think it's going to flip on me, I'm still stuck. I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like the general basis for it. It sounds a little sketchy. Now I could probably do it to an extent, and maybe I don't know. I think I could be like 60%, maybe 70% right on it, depending, maybe. But I could never do anything large. I don't know. Maybe 50% at best. I don't know how right I could be on that. That's really tough. But it would have to have such a high risk reward to make it valuable. Otherwise, it sounds like you're losing money. Yeah, I could definitely see it on like the shorter time frames. I mean, it's just it's a lot. It's definitely a lot because it has to hit the target. And depending on what the spreads are, like if it's Apple, sometimes like I don't know, normal options are 144, 145, 143, 140, 146, 142, whatever. So it's like it's got to go to that spot unless it's they're more varied, or there's more it varies more. That would be different. I don't hate the idea of it. You have to choose next 2 minutes, candle go up or down. That's tough. I think that's pretty easy depending on the time period, though. Or not easy. It's easier depending on the time period. So, like with the open market, I would always do it at somewhere around 11:30. Like 1:30, maybe 2. Looking at the other Nasdaq, I'd have to do it on like 30-minute intervals, or the only time I'd even consider getting into something, because that's when most other people on larger time frame candles do stuff. Like, because most of that stuff, especially if you're trying to guess it on a shorter time frame, for me, that's not price action on a shorter time frame. You need to know price action on a larger time frame, and then you need to just go to the shorter time frame and take advantage of what a bigger time frame person's going to do, because anything can happen. Like in between 1 and 1:30, anything, a lot of different things can happen. No specific target has to get hit, right? And it's like towards the end of that, towards that 1:30 mark, you'll see more price action generally in the stock market. But trying to guess something for sure before that just seems so dangerous when I think about it. Because stuff can like hang off the edge forever. Seems really dangerous, to be honest. So, currency pair? Okay, currency pairs. I would still have the same logic with it too, because I would expect the dollar to kind of go inverse to the market depending on what the market's doing around those points and times. So I would just still do it. For me personally, I'd do it with the U.S. stock market. If I had to, a gun to my head, I would do it with the U.S. stock market. I'd still do it depending on those 30-minute intervals always, because that gives us at least the 11:30, the 1:30, 2 o'clock, 2:30. Because every 30 minutes always going to have a 1 hour. It's always going to line up with 1 hour. But those are like the only times, and I'd have to see if the stock market looks like it's going to move, and then see where the dollar is. That's the only way I would do it ever. Otherwise, it seems so risky. It feels like it'd be very, very risky. There's probably strategies to do it, though, I imagine. But it just overall seems kind of risky to me. Seems pretty risky. That's how I feel about it anyway. It just feels kind of risky. Risky. Especially if you can't sell it out. But if it's only a couple minutes, I get why you can't sell it and trade it if it's that short of an expiration date, or like if the expiration's that close by. Dude, am I gonna get into this? 400 people in front of me. Actually insane. Overwatch. Twitter. Dude, what are these guys doing? Dude, they haven't had 17 hours ago. We're steadily making progress on server issues and stability and working through the second DDoS attack. We're all hands on deck and we'll continue to work through the night thanks to your patience. Oh my god. These guys haven't even, it's the 7th. The last time they posted something, the 6th, I'm sorry, the last time they posted something was yesterday. 17 hours ago. Brother, come on, man. Actually, I guess the last time they posted something was 12, 13, 14 hours ago. That's actually insane. What the hell? Dude, what's with this soft porn on my Twitter recommendations? I don't want to see hussy women dressed in scantily, whatever clothing. I don't want to see, I don't want to see soft porn, or whatever, not even like porn. I don't want to see women with their I just don't. It's crazy. I just don't want to see that stuff. It's crazy. Not that I do, but I'm on Twitter, and in my recommended stuff, or what's happening, it's what's happening. Wait, Maryland election news. Oh, shit. I don't know. The elections are coming up. I'm like, did I miss the election? Did I? I hope I didn't miss the elections. I might have missed the elections, to be honest. Do we have a local election for pot? I hate pot, but I think it still should be illegal. Yeah, November's ballot. I was like, okay, there's all this stuff about voting in Maryland. I'm like, what the heck are they talking about? Adult recreational use of marijuana. I feel like there's very little adult recreational use. Oh, you're talking about right now? I mean, it might be like that. Who knows? It might be like that. We'll definitely have to see. I wouldn't be I have just as much faith of this going down as I do it going up right now. I don't necessarily think we're gonna drop. I don't necessarily think we're gonna rise up. We're just in such a, now I could definitely see it just shooting in one direction or another. Oh, Overwatch? Tomorrow Power Hour? Oh, true. Yeah, the last hour or whatever. Hey man, maybe we'll see a Power 10 minute or whatever, like we did the other day. I mean, it's literally just it's not the best, and I'm lazy, so let me just, oh, non-farm payroll, I forgot about that. You talking about that? Alright, I forgot you mentioned that. Whatever, we'll just do it from here to here. I don't care if it's specific or not. I mean, I guess technically, we could even drop it from here to here, I don't care. This seems fine. I mean, I'm not saying it's a fallen wedge because this thing's already come out of it. But I am saying it's got bullishness as much as it's got bearishness. I mean, I could put the line anywhere though, right? I could put the line anywhere. I would say towards the bottom, it does feel like it did. I mean, even if I put one I don't know, anywhere around here feels reasonable. This whole area feels reasonable. Whatever. I like this a little bit more here to here. I could drop it a little bit though if I really wanted to. I don't like doing wicks though, you know that, so I don't really want to drop it to the wick. But I feel like this is accurate enough. But my issue with this is it's a falling wedge, right? So it doesn't always go up, but a lot of times falling wedge will go up. But though this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. I mean, there's a lot of resistance above it, but we'll see. They'll start it here tomorrow. They'll have it sell down. They'll have it shoot up. I guarantee that would be the most annoying thing. That's why I feel like they'd do it, just because that would be... Whoops, can you even see this? Yeah, you can still. Okay, my Overwatch thing isn't that large. 300 players ahead of me. Wow, that's powerful, man. When did I open this? Like 10, 15 minutes ago, I think. In 10 to 15 minutes. That is insane. And I'm not even in the game yet. I'm not even in the game. That's just to try to connect to the server. After I get to the end of the queue, Taylor Riggs, I have no idea who that is. Let me see. Ooh, she's pretty. I think I've seen her. Oh, is this her without makeup on? She looks a lot different without makeup on, but she's definitely pretty. Okay, I'm done looking at that picture. What did she talk about? Let's see. I like her 10 times more without makeup on. Ugh. She's got those crow's feet, whatever. I don't know. It's not. I don't have anything against that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm very anti makeup, so it is what it is. Though. But it is what it is. Okay, where do you see her updates? Let's see. I don't want to see her Instagram photos. Is her Twitter? Oh yeah, what are the yields doing? I forgot about that. Damn, she follows. How do you have a Twitter account following almost 2,000 people? Damn. I'm on the Twitter right now looking at it. I figured that she had like writings or something. It looks like she has her stuff on her Twitter. So, what are these people talking about? What are they talking about? I don't know if I agree with this. What are these people talking about? Natural gas futures? I don't know, bro. These people might be. They might be smoking something. Smoking the ganja. We got none of down here. True. Okay, I don't completely disagree. They're talking about something where it's like buy a 7. Well, they're talking some crazy stuff. I don't even. When did they put this out? Let me see. That makes sense. So I think they just, when did she put this out? October 5th. So buy a call, natural gas. So sell a 550 put. I don't know how many you have to sell because these are out of the money. But sell a 550 put, buy a 750 call, sell a 9. What does it say? Sell a $9 call, but this is for December. Man, these are way out of the money. Holy crap! I guess that's why you have to sell the call and the put to get it to go up, or to get enough money to buy the 750s. This is so out of the money. This is so out of the money. They said that October 5th. I don't think I have anything around here. 12-hour 200. True. This is October 5th. True. Okay, I don't disagree with what they say. I think that's pretty decent. The pivot points seem pretty clear. Not that I fully agree with it, but I mean, he got it October 5th, so if he said October 5th, he would have said somewhere around here. True. Oh, is that what it's called? Is that what is that what this is called for, like trading it or something like that? Or are you talking about like actual actual like gas? Are you talking about like the trading of it or like the actual thing? Because I feel like there could be a commodity that people trade and they just go broke. Especially after everything we had with the shot ups and the shoot downs. The shoot ups and the shoot downs. I think it looks pretty sketchy. We'll see what happens. Though I will say, if like with his October 5th, I can't disagree that I actually like what he said. Like this looks, oh, makes you get divorced. True. Okay. Okay, yeah, okay. That's what I thought. That wasn't positive. I didn't know it had that kind of reputation. I could see it though. But this is he's looking at, so if he's talking about October 5th, he's either posting this between 2 o'clock most likely and the middle of the night. So probably like not even there, probably something like between here. This is when this guy's probably posting this. This looks great. Look what's happened to natural gas since this guy posted this. Like, this is a perfect example of what looks good into like what the hell just happened. I'm gonna be honest. This actually looks like what the hell just happened. I mean, luckily this thing shifted over here. Luckily this shifted over right here on this last 30 minute. But what the heck? I mean, there's so much like price action. There's so much character to this. This is a really nice flag in general. This is really beautiful. And god dang. I mean, just even looking at it on the 1 hour like that, you can even just, right? Like, what the? Oh, man. I don't know if his call is going to be good anymore. I don't necessarily think it's his fault. Maybe we can get a 4 hour to start above. How much time do I have left? 200 players ahead until I can fail to get in the game. But this looks, I mean, I'm not really worried about it until we have a 12 hour that starts under here. I wouldn't be worried about it personally. Well, technically I am worried about it because this is really nice. It's not perfect. This is a little bit sketchy, but overall this is still pretty nice. This is like super saddening. I'm gonna say for anyone that's like, I'll be waiting for it to start under, but this is saddening. A lot of this is saddening. This is also saddening. What the heck? I guess we start under and we push down and then we push up. So I will say this isn't saddening. I get this. I get this because we pushed down so far. This is pretty saddening though, to get this into a nice, like this is nice fighting, to a switch over right above, and then to drop. That's horrible. This is a stop loss hitter right there. So this is a little bit sketchy already because it looks so nice. And then literally, I mean, this perfectly sums up what we were seeing the last 12 hours, even more so specifically. Like, what the hell has been going on? But if we get if somehow this comes back down, which it looks likely, but if it comes back down and we get like a 12 hour that starts under here, that's some pretty ugly stuff. Now, I don't know what's going to happen because it looks so ugly, but that is some pretty ugly stuff. And this completely destroys that guy's trade. This is a 12 hour. We're going to be pushing on the 4 hour, and then if we find resistance under a 12 hour, and then we push down into a 2, we're not going to stop from a 2. Now, it depends how we get pushed into it, of course, because it's still a level of support, but like, goddamn, that's pretty wild. I don't know what the hell this thing's been doing. Not to say what the guy said was wrong whatsoever at all, just to kind of reiterate. I actually think, I mean, this looks great. This looks really nice. And he put it out yesterday. It was somewhere around here. Just pretty wild. It's actually just pretty wild to see it, though. Wow, what time is it? 30 minutes. Or maybe 20 minutes? Maybe 25 minutes? Around 25 minutes. Let's 6 into 100. Is that 16.6, I think? 6 times 16 is what? 6, 15, 90, 16, 96. 6 gets into 4? Is that what we're going in? What's 6, 6? 6, 6 is 3, 6, and then we need to get to... I think it's like 16.66666 repeating. I don't even know why the hell I said that. So what? So that's what, like 33, right? Pretty much. 33.7. So I'm through, like, well, I don't know why I did all that math. It made no sense. 2/3 of the way took 25 minutes. So it's going to take me another 12.5 minutes just to even try to connect to the server for Overwatch. Oh, man. Oh, my God. So far, though, in a sense, it is a nice day that I really like looking at this NASDAQ, the one that Persifying looks at. I do like this one also, though. But I could probably just look at the SPY. I think I'll keep looking at this one here and there, but I like this one a lot more so far. The averages seem to be so much nicer since it's when it's open all the time. They seem to be really, really, really nice. And they also, like I said before, they also show the frickin' September 13th sold out, which is really great. That's really nice stuff. I mean, this is really, really, really nice stuff. I think really, really, really like that this shows that. I would like a replacement for Apple if possible, to be honest. Especially if it keeps getting downgraded and stuff. It does concern me a bit. I mean, it's still so overweighted and it's still the biggest, so I don't really care too much at the moment. So, yo, what's up, Beat Ally GDP? Let me see. Oh, I'm like 125. I mean, I'm like 1.25. Are you on crack? And then I'm like, oh, okay, 1.125. Possible within a day or two. Right now it looks sketchy, but we'll see. 12. I definitely don't like this. It's possible. So, like, the first thing I note about this is some okay things is we have, which isn't like a huge thing. We haven't hit the day here. That doesn't necessarily mean a lot. So we go to the 12. The next biggest thing is that we have the 12 here. I actually really like this. I think this was really nice right here. But this is something where it's a little high for what it is, but we need to be pushing up off of this. So when we switch over, we can't afford to come back down, and this thing needs to immediately push up. Immediately push up. Long story short, we'll see. On the 12-hour, it looks unlikely to me. It is in an area of arguably like relative support when it pushed back up. 1.125 though, so what are we looking at? 1.125, let me see, because if it's only up to here, it's definitely possible. My biggest concern is that this is like a really bad way to push out. We not only started under and then pushed up to here, we then started under and came back up a little bit. So it looks pretty rejected from this area. But let me see the shorter terms. I don't know why we pushed up here on this 4-hour either. Here's another thing I don't like. So I don't like the 4-hour either. Let me see. I would have preferred us to touch down and push down here. I think this is like our best chance so far, is hitting the 4 hour and coming up from the 4 hour. But the 4 hour is down at 1.0935. What's our next 4 hour here? 7 o'clock. What's 7 o'clock for me? That's 3? No. I'm so tired. 5. 17. I don't know why I'm saying 7 o'clock. It's 1700, 5 o'clock. Oh, I'm just tired. Let's see. Here's another reason I don't like it, because of this right here. Maybe on the short term, this is kind of why they bought it up. Not a big fan, though, because we have a 4 hour right under this. I think it's unlikely. The biggest reason, I guess, is just kind of the way the market's also taken a turn. When was this earlier? Yeah, so one of the big issues I think we saw here with the market, one of the things I was looking for, we'll see, it could turn around. I don't like it personally, so I don't know. Obviously, you know, everything's trading your own risk, but so we see this like 130 here, and then we get a little bit of a push up and we switch over. One thing I was looking for that I did like on the NDQ was on the 4 hour anyway, we did start above here, so I expected us to push up a little bit, and then the next thing I was looking for was at 2 o'clock or 2:01 for the 4 hour switch here. And what I wanted to see was, one, we got this where we started above, but on the NASDAQ, what I wanted to see, or like on this exchange anyway, it's like a 23.5 exchange, I wanted to see this switch up to here, and then I think we would have went up. So it does seem like a lot of stuff correlated with that immediate 2 hour switch. We couldn't hit this anymore, so the NASDAQ looked pretty bad from that perspective. Apple already looked bad at 130, so I don't really want to put too much weight on this. Like, yes, this did push down, but this looked bad at 130, which also was a little bit sketchiness. But if we think about the GBP to USD, it didn't really, it was actually going up, and it was only around that 2 o'clock period that it started to get sold down. So where it currently is, I think it doesn't have that great of a chance, but things could turn around. But it's a lot of hope, in my opinion, that I'm never a huge fan of. So like, if we could push up, one thing I would like to see if the NASDAQ could start the next day above, probably somewhere around, or I think this is like 8 o'clock. Let me see. So on this exchange, if we could see, what the heck is this? This is UTC time. That means it's almost closed in an hour and 14 minutes. It's an hour and 14 minutes. Hour and 41 minutes, I'm sorry. So that's what, 4 or 5? So this closes from 5? What? UTC, I don't understand its thing. But it closed in like 2 hours, so it closes at 5, and it looks like it opens at 6. Oh yeah, because 5 is 17, so that's 9 to 10, okay. So pretty much in 2 hours, if the NASDAQ can somehow end, this will be when the market's over, but if the NASDAQ can somehow end somewhere around 11,652, I'd feel pretty good about it, but I don't feel that positive about it right now with the direction everything's been taking. Another big thing that's kind of bad for this is we did have some weird stuff. I don't know what was going on here. Kind of mentioned this in the video the other day, or yesterday, but we had some weird kind of stuff go on. But we did get this 12-hour start above, which I do think was pretty strong for it. I wasn't sure whether this was going to push through here or not, and maybe it'll keep going back up. I don't know, but I think it's more unlikely to come back to 1.125 than to come back to it at the current point in time. But it's possible. I don't know what's going to happen after hours because we haven't really moved. So if we look at Apple from this standpoint, or really like the SPY or anything, most of this stuff has just been sitting up here. So to me, it's a huge gamble. There's like a lot of free space up here, and there's also a gap that we have under us. And this is the same thing on everything, right? Like even on Apple, we have a lot of free space above us, at least from this area, and we have this gap all the way down here. So it's one of those things where I think it's less likely than it is likely, but depending on what happens in like pre-market or anything, I mean, it's possible. I could see it being possible. I think it's less likely though. Yeah, I think gold's at, is it 1706 or something still? 1714 right now. Yeah. So Like the biggest thing for gold is what I would have liked to have seen is we get the mod switch over and we have a little bit of room right here. I think, well, there's a couple things I could say. In general, when we switch over on these time frames, I'm not a big, like if we have this and we switch over, I'm not a big fan of when we start anywhere but like right here. I can't log into Overwatch. That's the issue, man. I'm still 10 players ahead of me. I can't even play the game right now. But whatchamacallit, and I might not even be able to get in the game. But so I could see, like, this is, honestly, this kind of feels a little bit the same as the market when we started the month and the week anyway. Was it the week? Maybe not the week. Was it the month? I think it was the week, right? Let me check Apple. Yeah, the week. It reminds me of the same kind of thing we started the week where we have a little bit of space and we go up to test. So when we get that new month, I think it's important to always like check what's the space that we have in between. But a lot of this, I believe, is just the market going up and pushing the dollar down. I don't think most of this has anything else to kind of do with it. And it's pretty overbought in my opinion. But from the inflation trade, I can kind of get it. A lot of this stuff happens when we started turning around, and we have the Bank of England with what they did last week and all that kind of stuff. So. Oh, really? Let's see. What are we looking at? NBEV? I think I'm in because I can hear something. Oh, baby. Oh my God. My computer is like, let's see what I get. My computer is like dying. My computer is dying so fast right now.
I'll find my own path.
Oh my God. That's not bad. 5%. Feel like it's higher than that. You what? Jump up. Hope I don't get kicked out. Okay. My FPS seems kind of low. My computer sounds like it's dying, but. Okay. Let me check this real quick though. What's some of the other ones? NBEV? What are the other pot places? NBEV and I don't remember what the other pot ones are. I'm gonna be 100, keep it 100. Keep it 100 with ya. Don't remember. Yeah, I'm not anything right now. I trust zero stuff. If we go up, literally, I'll go in immediately. If we start here tomorrow, I'll get in. I don't know if we start here today. If we start here tomorrow, I'll go in on a short. I'll go in on a long. Maybe if we start here in the morning, I'll probably get some calls. But I don't trust this crap. Oh yeah, Aurora. Do I still have that? Let me see. I literally don't trust any of this shit though. Not a single thing. Well, I'm glad that he's pardoning the drug charges. That'll actually make the elections a little bit more competitive now, maybe. He's such a dumbass for not doing it a long time ago, though. We'll see what happens. I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable. I mean, like, I could look at this and say why it's horrible 10 times. 10 million times, whatchamacallit, from like a TA perspective. But from a fundamental perspective, like if someone asked to buy this, I'd be like, why not? you know? I don't know if I could value this in a sense. I think it looks like trash where it is, but still. It's hard to see that these wouldn't pump, right? A rumor? Oh my god. So it's not even like a full-on thing or whatever? Oh my god, her thing is hard to hit. I haven't even played this character yet. Oh my god. So I have to have it a little bit more. This is weird. What the heck? Weird.
Sit down, please.
Alright, let's see. What's the market doing? El Mercado, as they call it. Ooh, we're still here. Talk about trust issues, man. Literally talk about trust issue. I am in the game. Hey, man, it's okay. Man, I can hear my whatchamacallit. I can hear my thing in the back. Oh my god, look at that. It's so much easier in Valorant, I'm gonna be honest. You just come around the corner. You know what I mean? Come around the corner like that. Just do a quick peek. Bam, 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 bam. There's so much more movement in this one. Okay, I'll see if my computer can do it. I don't want to do this for too long though, because it's like, I don't know if I'm gonna get kicked out or what, but let me see. I also don't want my computer to get destroyed, because my graphics card, I'll see if I can get my microphone close to it to see if you can hear this. Listen to this. I don't know if you can hear that, but it sounds like a freaking jet, like a wind turbine or something back there. Oh, bro, he took my character, man. Bro, what are you doing? Whatever. It's so hard for these people. Baja? Oh, I think I know this guy. Let me go for
Stay inside.
this.
I'll keep you safe.
Alright. I can't, I don't have my other monitor up though, so I can't see anything.
There you are, my friend. Well, it's not unlike you to disappear without warning.
The heck? Oh my god, my FPS is getting destroyed. Wait, what did this idiot do? Dumbass. Oh, bro! Oh. Dude, I'm not used to this at all. I usually use this other button. Oh, there we go. My game is all over the place. No, I'm dead. This is so AIDS.
strategy is truly extraordinary.
I'm a little rusty, let's put it that way.
You call it?
Come on, go, man. Come on. Bro. Woo. Oh, that was close.
Even more powerful?
Dude, this guy's mad.
This was just a moment. Just what I was looking for. Checking in. 9 damage increase. Not on my watch.
Whoop. I'm dying.
Step by.
Oh god, don't you? Oh, I'm dead. Whoops. I'm stupid. They changed something, so now I jump up like an idiot when I don't want to. My team kind of messed up though, but
Healthy mind.
it's so weird not being able to see chat at all. I gotta check it in a second.
Hey, the payload has reached.
What was he looking at? Oh, that's bullshit.
I better be more careful.
They had a different tank I'd switch. I might just switch anyway, but there's someone that counters this guy, and I can pretty much just stop their tank from healing and all that crap. It makes it a little bit more boring. No. Yeah,
Need some assistance? Feel stronger?
Oh, my guy just deflected. I was like, where is this thing? Oh, bro. Oh, that was good. My team's actually like good.
Supply damage increase.
What the hell? There we go.
Feel stronger. It's go time.
Yeah, I think I know this Baja guy, I'm pretty sure.
Bigfoot, just take a moment.
I don't like know, but I think I've seen him on the forums. I feel like nobody's in chat anymore. What the hell? I'm just talking to myself. I don't even think I'm supposed to be doing this technically also. I'm supposed to switch my thing. Luckily it's a quick play game. Is it 4 o'clock yet? Is the market closed? Oh no, it's only 3:36. Okay.
Heroes never die.
Here, boy. Here, boy. Here, boy. Here, boy. Whoops. I think I just threw right there. I think that was an easy win. I mean, it's not over, but it might take like shit. Oh, bro. Oh my gosh. That dude's, man, I feel like this is like actually pretty decent people for like a quick play game. I know the Baja guy's like pretty high rated. I don't know these other guys. I know when I did beta, like a lot of my games were with people that were like either high diamond or masters. I might just have to switch. Like I can go to somebody where I have to aim and I can shut this other guy down. But my game, I don't know if you guys can see it. I wonder if you guys can see what I see. But, like my game bugs out a little bit here and there. Like it's hard to shoot. Do you guys see like rubber band here and there? Okay, 1 minute left and this game's over. It would have been over already. I feel like I'm playing this for way longer than I should be while streaming this. And on Twitch, I'm not supposed to do it. Oh, I can't res him. Whoops. Oh shit. No, my teammate left. Whatever. Whatever, I'm switching. Okay, I'll try to shoot on this. This makes it a lot more difficult. Oh, he got DC'd. Here's back. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Oh, my team. this is the other reason I want to do it. That's unfortunate. That actually wasn't a bad game, though. I think we had it if my teammate did in DC. But, or if I didn't throw it at one point. I couldn't heal my guy because he was out of line of sight of me. I had one shot to hit him. That's unfortunate. Oh well. That was pretty good for what it was. What's going on with the market? Is anything changing? I use voice chat, but it's like quick play, so there's no need for me to do it. Popping off. Wow, reached a tier 5 battle pass. Tier 5 battle pass. Okay, what's going on with the market real quick? We're just in the same place. Somehow I'm like surprised and not shocked whatsoever at all. The right side of the game was blocked? Let me see, my bad. Oh. I know how big to make it. I should have just made it bigger. I think it's somewhat similar. I feel like someone's made that comparison in the past before. Oh, excuse me. We're at 30.4? What is going on? Are we going to have... I'm not saying this is going to happen because this is something that like I can't predict because I don't have averages near anywhere. I don't really know. Maybe if there's something else here. But holy crap. I mean, this isn't the same as September 12th. Or let me lower my thing. I made it too big. Where the hell is it? There he is. So like this is kind of crazy because like man, we're almost at 89 now for... That's great. The dollar's been pushing up, and now oil's almost at 89. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, it's a lot. It's definitely a lot. No, you saw the game, it'll be gone in a second. It's like, I guess, it's like a 1.5 minute delay. But whatchamacallit? I'm not saying this stuff is bad. I mean, it's like or anything like that, but it's just like it's really weird. It's not the same as where I don't know. Like something, it feels like something big is gonna happen in one way or another. Like the VIX, maybe not. Like the VIX is just super shooting up. I mean, look at this. Well, I guess meanwhile, the S&P, I mean, it's down 0.8%, I guess, but like this doesn't particularly look horrible, right? So it's just weird. I wonder what the put calls are. AUD USD? Yeah, sure thing. Let me just go into... I just have to go into the game real quick for a second. Yeah, like that's what the one thing I said, Persifying, like that one thing I don't like about it, or I don't like streaming, and why I really can't watch other people play, is like what you said. It's a hyper FPS game, so it's like you're like looking everywhere all the time. It's kind of AIDS. It's hard to track what other people are doing. If it's, in my opinion, when you watch other people, it's kind of disorienting. Like that's the one thing I liked about Valorant. A lot of it was like shooting, but most of it was just placing your crosshair, and it felt like Valorant feels like a strategy game more than anything. And like while Overwatch is a strategy game, it's like a strategy game for like ADHD people. That's kind of what it feels like. One second, let me go into the practice range real quick. I don't want to get kicked out. What the hell is this? I mean, I guess I know what it is. Wait, you said AUD USD? Yeah, I'll check it in a second. I just want to see what's going on in these other time frames real quick. Because this is like, wow. God damn. That's not huge. What the hell has this been doing? Even the last week. That's upsetting. That's a really nice entry position here. This is really, really nice. What the hell? Oh, whoops. This might have been way too loud. I didn't have my sound turned down for that game. Whoops. Let me see. It's kind of funny too, because I looked at my OBS and my sound was like not super turned down for it, or the decibel, whatever. But for my own headphones, the sound is at like 20%. Tilram Fire, I could see that. From a fundamental perspective, they all seem super amazing. I forgot about Tilray. Taking a call on it? Looks somewhat safe. I mean, maybe if we can break the neckline and end to 15 outside of it, I don't see why not. I think a lot of these things are a little bit dangerous. I don't feel super safe when I look at this one. When I look at it, it just seems so freaking oversold. I get the idea of it. It seems really, really oversold. This is one thing I don't like, though. But this is still just that same 2 o'clock when the market got pushed down. I feel like I could say this. I'll at least feel better about it if we can start the next 15-minute candle, because that'll align with a 1 hour here. If we can start the next 15-minute candle above, what is this, 0.64105, I think, then sure, I think that looks pretty decent. Is that kind of holding where it is? Or is that still in this range? What I'd like to see is, I'd like to see it start above 0.64105 on this 1 hour, and then maybe at 6:15 or on the 15-minute right after that. If I did want to do a 15-minute, then I'd look for one to start out above this. I mean, this isn't the best. It's just kind of a rough average, like from this area, ignoring this because it's just a buy up and then a sell down. So just kind of taking this rough average right here and then taking it, between this and what is a rough average here. So I think I'd be fine with it if we could see. Overall, I'm really hesitant on this, I'll say, but I think we'll start seeing something. We're already seeing it fight, so hopefully we'll see it play out. But 0.64105, which is, wait, 105, really? Wow. Okay. That's a lot of pips down. Okay, I just realized from what the current price is. But I'd like to see it start the 1 hour above then, and then, so 1 hour, 1 15-minute candle, 2 15-minute candle, 3, so about anywhere like around an hour from now, or 4 more candles. I just want to see it break through this. So that's, if you want to do it, it's just from these on the 15. It's from the second green candle over here. And then you can just take it wherever you want. It doesn't matter specifically. I just like it the average from right through here. I'd like to at least see it break out on a short term or kind of break the rough neckline here. That's what I would like to see. And then I think it's a little bit safer. From the 1 hour perspective, I do like it starting above here. I don't know what the hell happened here. So, I have zero idea what the hell happened here. I think a lot of this stuff is just inherently dangerous. I don't know what the dollar is going to do. I don't know what might happen in after hours. I just feel like a lot of this is what is the market going to do, and it's a little bit sketchy. I guess from this perspective, let's take a look at the scaling NASDAQ. Because this is what are our targets here? What I want to do. Four's there, the one's all the way up there. Wait, how is the 1 hour not here? Oh, we're on the 2. it's because that's that. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I would say that. So for me, I wouldn't want to mess with it right now. I would wait for that. I mean, it looks like it should be pretty fine starting above 16105. Whereas, can I just get back to it? There we go. 16105 for it. I'd just like to see it break through here at least. It's not looking at the 1 hour, but like on the from the 15-minute perspective. And then I'd try to see if it could if it could get some strength from there. That's how I kind of feel about this. Otherwise, I'm just a little sketched. Overall, I'm just sketched about it. And it is one of those things like overnight, it could just go one way crazy or the other, depending on like where the VIX goes, or maybe there's some announcement. Um, it looks like it's getting pushed down pretty hard, so it might not even end above 0.641. Oh, what the heck? Did it just push down? Oh, see, I'm crazy. 64105. I'm tired. So I'm thinking like I'm thinking 64105 is literally 6405 or something. I'm like, what the hell? Okay. So it's at it right now. So we'll see if it can actually fight and beat above it on the 1 hour. And if it can't even do that, I would be a little bit sketched by it. Um, but I would set that as my base point. I'd like to see it start the next 15 minute above here, and then maybe if a 15-minute can get out of here, then I would like it. Otherwise, for me, it's a little bit sketchy. Overall, it looks oversold. But one big thing about it for me is this is fine to bring in some selling here. This is a pretty big buy up, which I think is decent to sell it down. There's a buy up here, which I think warrants this getting sold down to here. This does seem a little excessive with the selling with this last with these last two motions. This one into this does seem like a lot of extra selling, but I would like to see it break out of here first. It does seem very oversold, though. I do agree from that. If that is like the reasoning you're thinking about it, that's just kind of how I feel about it. So we'll see what happens with some of the stuff. But that's how I feel about it more or less. So it's oh yeah, you're right. My bottom right is getting covered with the. I see what you mean now. I was full screen, so my bottom right was getting covered with the game. I see. That makes perfect sense. I forgot. This is the only way that my OBS can't actually target my TradingView chat. For some reason, it can't actually target it. It can't actually target my TradingView chat, so what I have to do is do like a display capture, and then I have to target it like that. It's kind of annoying. So that's the only way that works. So we'll see what happens in a second. I'll wait till the end of the day. I'm interested to see where we end, and then maybe we can see if we end. But I don't think anything's going to really change too much from that, whether I wanted to see it end above 16105 and then break out on top of that. Excuse me. So that's what I'd like to see. I mean, it looks almost decent for some of these other points here. I doubt there's no way that lines up with anything else. So even back here, it still looks somewhat decent. Maybe there's even something that looks nice from an older point. If we do, it's like here to here. It's not that bad. It's not really the best with some of the other data, though. So it looks like it's set up to be pretty fine right now. But I don't know if I need to look at it too much. But that's what I'd like to see. Because then we get at least the 1 hour looks nice. To where it looks like the 1 hour actually just starts it out of here also as well. I mean, if we do blow it up, it's not the best. It's supposed to be looked at in a smart time frame, but it does push it out on the 1 hour also as well. So the 1 hour will be out. Any other time frame start will be out. We have a 2 hour also as well. Wow, it's 0.64105 on the 2 hour and 0.64105 on the 1 hour. That's interesting. That's really interesting, actually. Huh. Makes me feel a little bit better about this. There's two reasons, and we'll have the 1 and the 2 hour next together, right? No, damn it. That's annoying. So it's every odd hour, every other odd hour. That kind of sucks. It's not as bad though. I mean, it's still right there, but this is still one of the other reasons why I like the 1 hour though, because the 1 hour we'll see it. It'll look nice from that perspective, and then on the 15, it'll break out with 6:15, 6:30, about 6:45 it could break out, and then we'll have the 2 hour above here also as well. So maybe it wants to come back down and hit the 2 hour and then push up. But it sucks that the 1 and the 2 don't align up, or like it'll not on this end, not on this next what do you call it? Not in this next hour change. So all in all, I think it's holding up pretty well so far, considering that it looks like Apple's trying to push down. They're doing a little. Let's see what's going on. It looks like they're doing a little push down to Ruski at the end of the day, like they've been doing the last ends of the days. I mean, it's on a cliff. It's not really on a cliff. It's not on a cliff at all. I mean, it like isn't. I don't really think it's a cliff. To me, a cliff is like here, or somehow we magically started out here at the cliff. It's more like a ledge. That's what I'd say. It's on a ledge. That's what we'll say. Nothing wrong with hanging off a ledge every once in a while, unless you're a Russian parkour person. We got what? 1 minute and 38 seconds. I do kind of like Valorant also a little bit more in this game, in the one perspective of, like I'm always doing move left, right. Valorant, it's like you just hold your button, and like the biggest thing is what finger you use to hold the crouch button. I feel like more or less. Where are we? The Australian dollar, AUD, will never be as good as me. I am the American dollar. Hegemony, military, blah 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 blah. Supremacy. 2, 1. Nope. Oh, let's see what happens. So, what might be nice here is so what I would look for here, personally, to get in, and technically maybe it push it up anyway, we'll see, but for me, what I would like, is, what is it set now? Is it still 104? Man, it looks like it's so much more aggressively down. I guess it's just because the pip spread isn't that big. But what I would look for this is on the next 1 hour, if we could start somewhere right around here. If we could start above on the 1 and the 2, I think that would be pretty nice as well. Right now, I'm not like a huge fan of where it is. So it could stay here because of the 2 hour, and then we have this all the way down here. This kind of offsets this a little bit. This balances it out and gives, in my opinion, gives us a chance. But they're still both right about 115, so the next one, this should be at 0.64, let's say 98. But I would like to see the next hour on the Australian dollar to the US dollar start still above 105. And that gives us both a 1 hour that looks good and it gives us a 2 hour that looks good also as well. So it could just push up, it could just do whatever. I'm just not a fan of something essentially like starting under like that. So we'll just kind of have to see. But that's what I would say for now. We've kind of seen it play out. Not a huge fan. The other thing also has against it is just from the 15, which I think still looks. I like this on the 15 more than anything. As like an average through, I'd still like to see this around 645. So even if we did start above, I still would prefer to have seen this, whatchamacallit, like right here, at say around 645 on a breakout. So that hasn't really changed, and this where we are at 645, this could drop because of the 1 hour, hold the trend because of the 2, pop back up here, and then, somewhere around like the next 1 and 2 hour change, we see it start somewhere around here and then take a position. That's what I would expect from this point, looking at where it started. And like if we assume it didn't break the whole trend whatsoever. Because I don't see a huge reason for this to get pushed down based on the 2 hour right now. Like I just don't see like a huge reason. It could get pushed down, but I don't see it. Now if we start the next 2 hour like under right here, then yeah, I think it's gonna then push down and it'll probably break the current trend that it's on. Assuming nothing crazy happens, that's what I would more or less assume. Take care, Persifying. College. College tomorrow? I don't know if you're joking or not. I remember you saying you took out college money. But still, if you are, good luck, man. Not in the studies, but good luck. As long as you're studying something that's interesting. Yo, what's up, Marcus Sniper? Ooh, Marcus Sniper. I might head out though in a second, unless anyone has like a question on something or whatever. I want to get to my Overwatch, and it's the end of the day. Overwatch. Oh my god, that's insane. I'll give it another 1 minute. No one says anything in a minute. I'm just going to head out for the day. And then I'll see you guys tomorrow. And I'll put out a video later to say what I want to see and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult. We'll see what happens with this NASDAQ. It might, even from here, it might have to drop a little bit more. This one's open 23.5. We might have to like drop a little bit more if we want to try to start a day above here, while still maintaining, like a nice trend here, a nice flag, because we haven't really dropped yet, which is kind of an issue from hitting here. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out, guys. Take care.